Chapter 13:14. That cry was too mournful, like a chilly wind blowing in one's face, a torrential rain of blood pouring down, and darkness covering the sky. That creature hadn't even appeared, but it already gave people this kind of extreme discomfort. What kind of creature was a celestial, venerable forager? Although he had long heard of it, Chu Feng really hadn't seen it before. He only heard that it was abnormally evil. Everywhere it went, not even a blade of grass would grow, and the ground would sink several meters deep. When it appeared nearby, the stronger the evolver, the easier it was for accidents to happen. According to the records, after some celestial venerables heard the mournful cry, they would fall to the ground, their soul light burning and turning into ashes. If people went to investigate, they would discover that there was an extremely small bloody hole on the top of their skull or on their frontal bone, and their brain juice had long since disappeared. There were also ancient records that after some celestial venerables fell, they looked fine on the outside, but the bone marrow in their body was completely gone. It was extremely terrifying. Not only celestial venerables, but if there were mighty figures nearby, they would similarly suffer a calamity. The weakest of its prey was also a celestial venerable, and the upper limit was unknown. Weak creatures and those below the celestial venerable level were simply beneath it. The state of all the deceased was extremely miserable. Their soul blood dried up, their bodies were shriveled, and their entire bodies shrunk by a large margin. Moreover, the deceased's pupils were wide open as if they had seen the most inconceivable thing before their death. They were filled with disbelief and endless fear. Unfortunately, very few people had seen a forager. If they really did encounter one, almost all of them would die. There were very few records about its true body in the ancient records, and the accounts were different. Some people said that it was a kind of evil spirit that had escaped reincarnation, specifically harming celestial venerables with abundant yang qi and blood essence. If the mighty figure's body wasn't dried up and especially declining, it was easy to be targeted by it. Some people also said that the so-called forager was a great evil spirit that came from the sky-piercing waterfall. It was incompatible with this world and couldn't adapt to the rules of the Yang realm. Therefore, it hunted the powerhouses of this world, stole their essence, and absorbed Tao fruits. There were also people who said that the so-called forager was actually a creature from the Yang realm. It was once illustrious and world-shattering, leaving behind extremely thick ink in the history of evolution. The years that these people experienced were too ancient. As early as long ago or even before history, they had no choice but to bury themselves in the famous mountains and rivers, absorbing the vitality of the earth veins to reduce their own consumption and ensure that they could live. And at a certain stage, when they really couldn't endure it anymore, they would come out to look for food. Just think about it. How terrifying were the famed mountains and great rivers in the Yang realm. It was very rare for the various sects to be able to approach and occupy them. Normally, living creatures were buried in them, and they were extremely terrifying. Some people speculated that there might even be old monsters that didn't belong to this era. Of course, there were also completely different speculations, believing that the foragers weren't ordinary creatures at all, but rather special substances. For example, some experts guessed that it was an extremely strange and terrifying gray substance. There were also some old monsters who believed that it was a reappearance of the dark matter that could bury emperors. There were others who said that the foragers were actually an extension of the great Tao laws. They were tainted by strange blood and took form, carrying out some type of harvesting mission. Old Qi, Senior, what happened to you? Are you all right? Chu Feng hurried over and helped Celestial Master Qi Rong up. Qi Rong's body was cold and stiff. He almost couldn't move. Just now, he was really afraid that he would collapse and die miserably. He calmed down and let out a long breath. He was fine, and this time he did not become food for the so-called foragers. Chu Feng left him behind and quickly ran back to the big tent. He was a bit worried about Yushang. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. Yushang was staring blankly at the bloodline fruit, lost in thought. Senior, don't think too much. Eat it quickly, urged Chu Feng. He hoped that Yushang could endure and live until the day Yao Yao reappeared. Then he ran out again to scout out the situation. Sure enough, something had happened. Loud cries and cries of alarm came from the distance. It wasn't the Yongzhou camp, but the Shanzhou camp. A celestial master had died miserably. According to the news, the person's bone marrow had disappeared and a body of black hair had grown out. His facial features were distorted and his eyes were wide open. He had died with everlasting regret. His body had shrunk to less than a meter tall. Moreover, he looked like a malicious spirit after his death. It was incomparably malevolent. Apart from this, there was actually a reincarnation hunter who died unexpectedly. He fell from the sky and had his brain juice eaten. This caused a huge shock and terror. Unexpectedly, there were people who dared to attack reincarnation hunters. This was extremely terrifying, and a slight carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Unfortunately, the corpse was in the Shanzhou camp, so Chu Feng couldn't go to the scene to see. Someone described that the dead reincarnation hunter had a fox's face, an eagle's mouth, and a human body. It had a pair of wings, and although it was less than half a person's height, its evolutionary level was extremely high. Its eyes were empty, and its brain juice had been eaten by the forager. This triggered a huge storm, causing a group of reincarnation hunters to descend nearby. There were more than 10 of them. They moved together and searched frantically, wanting to find the culprit. This group of hunters was extremely powerful. The aura they emitted made many people feel as if their bodies were being cut by knives. The entire battlefield was shaking, and the firmament was rumbling as if it was about to explode. This was a group of extraordinary experts. Ayo! Suddenly, a bitter howl was heard. It was the forager who had appeared once again. In a split second, a celestial master died miserably on the spot. His eyes were lifeless as he fell on his back. His soul light was burned clean in a flash, and he died a strange and miserable death. Ayo! The forager howled once again. It was truly terrifying, and it made the evolvers of the Yongzhou and Shanzhou camps tremble involuntarily. Run! Many people in the Shanzhou camp cried out in horror and fled frantically. That was because another celestial master had collapsed at this moment, and his bone marrow had been eaten clean. What kind of creature was this forager? The howl was ear-piercing. Mist covered the sky and earth, covering the dozen or so reincarnation hunters that were rushing over at extreme speed. On the battlefield, everyone was terrified. They couldn't see it, but everyone could sense that it was nearby. A miserable howl rang out as a creature over a dozen zhang tall fell to the ground. Its entire face was covered in red hair, and there was a bloody hole between its brows. Another reincarnation hunter had died miserably here. Creatures that challenge reincarnation have always found it difficult to succeed. Those that exist have all died. The reincarnation hunters were infuriated. They had never encountered such a thing before. There was actually a creature that specifically hunted them down like this. This was a rare provocation, and it was looking down on reincarnation. The reincarnation hunter that spoke was a large snake. Its entire body was covered in red scales, and half of its body was covered in black flames while the other half was wrapped in blue ice crystals. Extreme flames and extreme coldness were one with its body. Some people recognized that this was a legendary creature that had long been extinct in the Yang realm. Unexpectedly, it had appeared again today as a reincarnation hunter. This made people suspicious. Could it be that this organization wasn't stationed in the Yang realm, but somewhere else? They had descended today, and that was why they could see this creature again. Yang Great Snake. Even the celestial masters gasped. That was because a peerless overlord had appeared in the prehistoric times, and its strength was universally shocking. This kind of creature coexisted with extreme yin and extreme yang, and some of the more outstanding ones cultivated incomparable Tao fruits. In the end, this race evolved into a restricted area in the Yang realm. However, that restricted area was destroyed by someone in the end, causing this race to disappear. A cry suddenly rang out. The forager was approaching again. "Come out for me," the Yin-Yang Great Snake shouted. Its entire body was red, and its scales were dense. After coiling into a snake mountain, it released its spiritual energy and searched everywhere. Puffed. However, in the next moment, a terrifying sound rang out. Its companion beside it had died. Its entire body was shriveled up, and it had shrunk by a large margin. You are. The yin-yang great snake's voice was trembling. It seemed to have seen a terrifying silhouette in the gray mist. It was actually trembling. One had to bear in mind that it was the vice leader of this group of hunters. It was about to transcend the Empyrean domain, yet it was scared to this extent. How is this possible? The legend has reappeared. I've seen it on the stone carvings. Its voice was trembling as it roared there. No one knew what kind of creature it had encountered to actually be scared to this extent. They were all deeply shocked. The yin mist surged, and a mournful cry rang out there. The yin-yang great snake was born with yin-yang eyes that could see through everything. It sensed something and witnessed some kind of mystery. It was fiercely resisting. Beams of yin and yang light rose together, and it released a powerful attack. However, as soon as the order runes in its eyes flew out, it collapsed. Blood flowed out from the space between its brows, gurgling out. Its blood essence dried up, and many black hairs grew out from the cracks of its scales. Its body shrunk to less than 1/10 of its original size, and it died instantly. The yin mist in that area dispersed. When everyone saw the yin-yang great snake die, they were all shocked. It had only been a brief encounter, yet it had already become food for a forager. This was too shocking. What exactly was that thing? It was clear that the yin-yang great snake seemed to have discovered something. Otherwise, it wouldn't have said those words before its death. However, what exactly was it trying to reveal? The forager's mournful cry rang out again. It was as if a malicious spirit from hundreds of millions of years ago had appeared. It slaughtered all of the creatures in hell, broke free, and slaughtered its way into the world of the living. Roar! Its voice was extremely terrifying. Chilly winds whistled past, and a thick mist swept over. It instantly engulfed the battlefield on 3 sides. The appearance of the forager made everyone's scalp go numb. Pooh! Pooh! In succession, several reincarnation hunters fell to the ground, their corpses facing the sky. They died with remaining grievances. They were all suddenly killed in the yin mist. This made everyone tremble with fear. They were incomparably terrified. This was a reincarnation hunter. How many people dared to provoke them in the past millions of years? It had always been them looking for trouble, yet today they died again and again. Behind them was reincarnation. The game at this level was simply unimaginable. It involved the heavens above and the earth below, affecting the myriad realms in the heavens. In the end, this kind of thing actually happened today. It wasn't that there hadn't been world-shocking tragedies when the foragers went out in the past, but in the end, it had never been as horrifying as today. Could it be that the foragers had never encountered reincarnation hunters before, and that was why they were able to live in harmony? The evolvers of the Shanzhou camp fled frantically for fear of becoming food. Even a celestial venerable had died tragically, so who wouldn't be afraid? Even the name of the reincarnation hunters didn't work. So how could they not be terrified? Many people realized that they had underestimated the foragers too much in the past. Was this a race, or had it always been a single creature from ancient times until now, foraging and wandering alone? From the words of the yin-yang great snake before its death, it could be inferred that the foragers' origins were boundlessly enormous. They had once appeared in some kind of frightening legend on stone inscriptions from an unknown era. In the end, all the reincarnation hunters had run away, and the few survivors had fled for their lives, disappearing without a trace. However, many people felt that the problem was too big. A gargantuan storm would appear, and the power of reincarnation would appear. Even the Yang realm would be shaken because of this. A mournful cry appeared in the Shanzhou camp, and gray mist surged. Celestial Venerable Qi Rong's body trembled, and his entire body actually couldn't budge. Then, everything before his eyes turned black, and he lost consciousness all of a sudden. He collapsed head first onto the ground. Shu Feng was terrified. He realized that the situation was far from reassuring. The foragers had appeared, and they were in the vicinity. Were they specifically targeting life forms at the celestial, venerable level and above? Was celestial, venerable Qi Rong dead or alive? Chu Feng didn't know, but he could still be considered unharmed. Even though his body was aching as if it was being sliced apart, and his soul light was about to explode, he hadn't suffered a fatal blow after all. The Yin mist covered the sky and covered the earth as it surged over here. Chu Feng was scared, and he almost used the reincarnation earth and the black wooden spear the length of a chopstick to defend himself. He couldn't retreat because Yushang's large tent was behind him. He was very worried that something had happened to Yushang. In reality, he couldn't leave either. He definitely couldn't be faster than the foragers. It was hard to imagine how profound the other party's cultivation was. Even a group of reincarnation hunters had been killed by it. It was approaching. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. He could clearly feel that something was approaching from within the dense fog. It was almost right in front of his eyes, and he could even feel the other party opening its mouth and blowing a gloomy and cold air at him. An ancient language transmitted over. It was intermittent, as if a soulless person was murmuring in his sleep. It brought along endless gray mist as it pervaded over. Chu Feng couldn't understand it. What era's language was that? Why did he feel that it was somewhat similar to the language spoken by Number 9? Chu Feng's body tensed up as he carefully sensed it. He actually heard some kind of spiritual language from the other party's strange and terrifying spiritual undulations. 3 lives? Medicine, it seemed like it was summoning a soul, but it also seemed like some kind of obsession was reverberating. It was extremely terrifying, and it brought along a boundless gloomy and cold aura. It seemed as if it came from the deepest part of the netherworld, and it made one's hair stand on end. Chapter 13:15. What was the 3-life medicine? Chu Feng was suspicious. He was so close that he could almost feel the other party's ice-cold aura. Was this creature actually muttering the name of a kind of medicine? But even though he was suspicious, Chu Feng was more scared now. He was really too passive. His life and death weren't in his own hands. If the forager attacked him, Chu Feng seriously suspected that he might not be able to block it even if he used the reincarnation earth and the little black wooden spear. He didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Unless he had no other choice, he wasn't willing to take out a big killing weapon like the chopstick-length little black wooden spear. He didn't even open his fiery eyes for fear of stimulating this forager. The fog was extremely dense and boundless, covering the entire Harmony Prefecture camp. Millions of evolvers were retreating, all of them fleeing from this place. But now, Chu Feng couldn't leave. He had been locked onto by this indescribable creature. Not far away, Qi Rong was stiffly lying on the ground. But he was a celestial venerable after all. He recovered after a short while, and was about to escape after opening his eyes. But before he could get up, the forager howled and let out a mournful howl. It was like the resentment of millions of malicious spirits gathered together. The gray fog surged. Qi Rong had just moved a little when he fell down again. His vision darkened as he fainted once more. Chu Feng's scalp went numb. This was really a terrifying creature that fed on evolvers at the celestial, venerable level and above. A casual howl made Qi Rong stiffen to death. In fact, Chu Feng was also rejoicing. Even if he had a feeling that his soul light was about to collapse, he didn't receive a fatal blow after all. The other party didn't target people below the celestial venerable level. He was a little worried about Yushang, afraid that an accident would happen to him. Sure enough, he felt some movement in the tent at this moment. Yushang was struggling to come out. "Senior, don't act rashly. Wait there." Chu Feng hurriedly transmitted his voice to tell Yushang that this was a forager that specialized in targeting powerhouses. But he was fine outside. Yushang was a little worried. He was afraid that an accident would happen to Chu Feng. But in the end, he was stopped by Chu Feng's very anxious transmission, so he chose not to move. In reality, he couldn't move either. The forager howled again, and Yushang also collapsed, fainting on the ground. This area became quiet. The two Empyreans fell backwards, and Chu Feng stood rigidly in place. Meanwhile, the others all ran, escaping from the thick fog region. In the deathly stillness, Chu Feng sensed that a creature was circling around him. It walked a circle and then looked elsewhere, still muttering 3 life medicine. After that, the place fell into a deathly silence. However, Chu Feng felt more and more frightened. He felt as if he had left the world of the living and entered a strange world. The Yin fog surged and covered the sky and the earth. Regardless of whether it was Jean Provence's camp or He Provence's camp, everyone was gazing into the distance. They all felt that this was inconceivable, because all of Harmony Province's camp seemed to have fallen into the netherworld, falling into the underworld. It was too dusky, the Yin energy so dense it was frightening. In the dense fog and the deathly stillness, Chu Feng suddenly heard a distant and frightening bell sound. It was like the bell hanging on the neck of some terrifying beast was shaking. At the same time, he felt a bone-piercing chill. The forger was nearby, appearing from time to time in front of him and behind him. Its speed was too fast, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. The ground was sinking, and the layers of earth were noiselessly annihilated. The forger was searching for something. Chu Feng threw caution to the wind and opened his fiery eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to detect a fierce attack from the other party. He wanted to see what this so-called forger was. Finally, he saw it. In the dense fog, there was a person with disheveled hair. He was currently moving at an inconceivable speed, appearing and disappearing throughout the entire area. However, his steps were soundless and unceasingly illusory. There were several times when his face was almost touching Chu Feng's. No wonder he could feel the other party's breath. However, his face was covered in disheveled hair, and his true appearance could not be seen. Even the fiery eyes could not see through his hair. The forger was wearing tattered clothes. They looked like the legendary golden jade, clothing woven from mother gold, but they had long since rotted away. It was hard to imagine how many years they had experienced. His gray hair was disheveled, and there were dark bloodstains on his tattered clothes, but they had long since dried up. This person was like a ghost. Occasionally, he would let out a howl that would shake one's soul, making one feel as if their soul would collapse with it. This was the result of him restraining his aura and not targeting a weak creature like Chu Feng. Otherwise, he would have died just like a deity. However, Chu Feng also had his suspicions. This forger had not eaten Qi Rong. He was still alive and well, and had only fainted. Where did the ringing sound come from? It did not originate from this disheveled forger. The next moment, Chu Feng was shocked. He had finally discovered his secret. It was shocking and terrifying. The space behind this forger was collapsing, as if it was connected to another world. As the forger moved, the collapsing space also moved. It was as if he was carrying a world on his back. The ringing sound came from that collapsing world, and there was a fierce beast roaming about within. Chu Feng was deeply astonished. What kind of situation was this? A forger carrying a world on his back. What secret was there in that space? Golden runes flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. In any case, the two sides were already so close. If the forger really wanted to attack him, he would not show any mercy. He stared at the collapsing world, wanting to pry into all its secrets. In a flash, he felt the world spin around him, almost making him faint. This was because the collapsing world was revolving, and there was a strange energy diffusing. It was a vortex that constantly rotated, like a dark starry sky that was slowly rotating. It seemed as if it wanted to suck one's mind in. It was extremely dusky inside, as if it was spiraling deeper and deeper. Along the way, there were many creatures. They were like corpses, but also like soulless people. They floated and wandered about. What kind of situation was this? Chu Feng was deeply shaken. The collapsing vortex world on the forger's back was like a realm of death. There were all kinds of zombie-like things wandering about. The most important thing was that this world continuously went deeper and deeper, spiraling deeper. There was a strong, decaying aura coming from the depths, and the aura of death overflowed into the heavens. This was extremely strange. When Chu Feng did not pay attention to this collapsing world, he did not smell any aura. However, now, the decaying aura and aura of death seemed to cover the sky and cover the earth. The ringing sound came from a fierce beast in the spiraling world. It continuously wailed in the darkness. It looked like a hellhound, tall like a mountain, pitch black like ink, and extremely terrifying. Chu Feng shook his head. This situation was extremely strange. The forager was carrying a collapsing world, and there were strange and sinister things inside. It was too abnormal, no matter how he looked at it. Chu Feng calmed himself down and stared at the vortex world. He found that many walking corpses were unconsciously moving about in the realm of death. They seemed to be incomparably powerful when they were alive. He stared in that direction, and the golden runes in his eyes were terrifying. He saw something even deeper in that realm of death. There were some broken metal pieces. Dang! When he stared at those floating fragments, he actually heard the sound of a bell. It seemed to be able to pierce through the past, present, and future. It was extremely intimidating, and his entire sea of heart throbbed. His mind was about to go blank. Something strange. Chu Feng was shocked, but he did not give up. He continued to stare, and he seemed to be able to see the end of that world. In a daze, he saw a person sitting there with his back to the outside world. His body was leaning forward, and a broken bell was scattered there. That person was covered in blood, and half of his body was leaning on the broken bell. There was a decaying aura, and there was also a densing mist. Apart from this, through the broken bell, there was also a damaged and blurry scene. A bronze coffin was dyed in blood, and it was unknown who was buried inside. It had fallen into the distance. "Ao medicine come!" The beast roared. It was a type of wailing sound that transmitted over in an ancient language. Chu Feng could not understand it, but there was a weak spiritual energy rippling out, transmitting to the outside world. This made Chu Feng understand what it meant. Accompanied by the beast's roar and the sound of wailing, the giant black beast in the vortex world was shaking. Chu Feng was startled back to his senses. He could not see the blood-stained figure lying on the broken bell in the depths of the vortex, but he still felt a wave of apprehension. Chapter 13:16. He had seen him before. It was actually so familiar. In the spiritual imprint number 9 displayed, this person possessed an extremely thick brushstrokes that shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Unfortunately, back then, Chu Feng was in too much of a hurry, unable to carefully observe his life. Now, he felt rather helpless. However, he clearly remembered that in that glorious and terrifying past, whenever the most important moment, whenever the heavens were suffocated, his figure would always appear. It was like this from past to present. Each time, he would be able to turn the tide. Scenes after scenes, a great bell rumbled. No one in the world able to resist him, even the river of time bowing down beneath his feet. What made Chu Feng feel regret was that during those most important moments of history, when it concerned the life and death of the heavens above and earth below, at the final juncture of the overall situation, most of the time, this person only revealed his back, always shrouded in mist, his true appearance never seen. Just like now, his back to the outside world, the damaged bell accompanying him. In the past, the great bell suppressed the heavens, seemingly impossible to surpass. He towered between heaven and earth, like a monument that could never be surpassed. His life was too glorious and resplendent. There was no enemy he couldn't defeat. He tore through everything, the bell waves intimidating all immortals into submission, sweeping through the heavens above and earth below, unmatched from past to present. The so-called life was a song. There were no valleys. From his youth, he suppressed all opponents, slaughtering his way until he was unmatched, flattening all forbidden lands. With a leap, he achieved eternity, suppressing past, present, and future. There had never been a person like this who shone with boundless radiance, contending for the world from a young age, unmatched from then on. the true number one under the starry skies. Then, in the starry skies, he was also unmatched. However, it was hard for others to accept. Now, his back was still towards everyone, but he was lying on the damaged bell, his entire body covered in blood, signs of decay. This type of overflowing talent, an unmatched figure actually fell to this type of state. It was hard to imagine what had happened in the past. What unforeseen changes happened exactly? What did he encounter to actually reach this step, to end up in such a miserable state? Even Chu Feng felt a wave of fear. He carefully recalled the scenes he saw in Number 9's spiritual imprint. This was simply an unfathomable and powerful man. Yet in the end, he actually withered away, his corpse lying on his own broken bell. Yes, Chu Feng remembered the ending that Number 9 had seen. In the final battle of this man, he had shone brilliantly and pierced through the heavens. However, he had his back to his enemies and old friends. His entire body was covered in blood as he fell to the ground. And in the background, at the same time, was his weapon, the great bell, exploding. Accompanied by a rain of his own blood, this undefeatable man withered and sank. At that moment, it was as if countless people were roaring in anger and crying. All living things seemed to be chanting his name, recalling his achievements. The entire world offered sacrifices to him, and then the entire world became silent. When he was brought into that period of history, sinking into the long river of time that had disappeared, even Chu Feng was infected. He felt a sense of solemnity and desolation. Even such a great expert couldn't escape the day he disappeared. This person belongs to the lesser underworld. He went to my birthplace, swept through the heavens above and earth below, and lived a brilliant life. However, he still encountered a calamity in the flow of time, dying in peace. It's too regretful. Chu Feng looked at that special vortex world, sinking into a type of indescribable emotion. The forager carried a collapsed world on his back. Within it, there was a giant black beast roaring in grief. There was a supreme expert's corpse on the ruined bell. All of this stirred up one's heartstrings. Suddenly, Chu Feng's body went taut, all of the fine hairs on his body standing on end. The forager's hair was disheveled, dressed in rotting gold and jade clothing. He actually arrived before him, almost touching his face. Moreover, the forager was sniffing, his nose continuously moving, about to touch Chu Feng's face. This made his entire body break out in goosebumps. He almost wanted to resist and fight to the end. However, he also understood that the disparity between the two was too great. It would be difficult for there to be a good result. What was he trying to do? Was he really going to eat him? Did he feel that his flesh was especially delicious, that there was too much essence, energy, and potential stored within his cells? Chu Feng's imagination ran wild. At this moment, he felt his nose itch. The other party's messy hair was touching his body. At this moment, he saw the discontinuity of time, the destruction and rebirth of the galaxy, all of it on the surface of this forager's body. There was actually this kind of abnormal scene. Fortunately, the forager's hair didn't have this kind of scene. If it also had this kind of scene, he might encounter misfortune after encountering Chu Feng. The forager sniffed back and forth, causing Chu Feng to be unable to take it anymore. The two of them were just too close, almost completely touching each other. Were you going to eat him, or were you going to do something else? I'm a man. In the end, Chu Feng couldn't take it anymore. He reminded himself that he was a man. What exactly did you want? He could roughly see that this forager was only acting out of instinct. Suddenly, a gloomy and cold laughter was transmitted over, carrying a bit of awe-inspiring terror. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Was he going to make a move on him? No, it wasn't released by the forager. Who was this? He was gobsmacked. In this kind of place, any creature that dared to appear in front of the forager was absolutely heaven-defying. Could it be that a high-level reincarnation hunter had appeared? Chu Feng suddenly turned his head. He saw the boundless fog, but didn't see any silhouettes. He looked at the forager again, but it didn't have any reaction. It seemed to have ignored that voice. Who? Shouted Chu Feng. He always felt that this voice made him feel uneasy because his whole body was stretched taut. His physical body, his essence, energy, and spirit were all reacting intensely. This was a kind of instinct, like the reaction of encountering some kind of natural enemy. Chu Feng, a somewhat hoarse and chilly voice, transmitted over from the fog. It made people tremble with fear. Chu Feng was gobsmacked. Who was that person? He could actually recognize his identity. This was too inconceivable. Did someone in the Yang realm see through his roots? It couldn't be that Tai Wu had come, right? Which one? He shouted. At this time, he completely ignored the forger nearby. He always felt that the existence in the fog was a greater threat and had ill intentions towards him. This time, a woman's laughter came from the fog. It was somewhat feminine and didn't seem to be unpleasant to listen to. However, it gave Chu Feng goosebumps. He felt more and more that danger was approaching. There's a woman over there. Chu Feng indicated to the forger and pointed in a certain direction. However, the forger didn't pay attention to him. It walked and stopped in this area, sometimes lowering its head and sometimes looking up at the sky. It was somewhat restless and seemed to have sensed something. However, it didn't seem to be directed at the creature that had made the sound in the dark. Chu Feng, long time no see. I miss you a bit. The person in the dark spoke again. There was a coldness within the femininity that made one's scalp go numb. Who exactly are you? You're neither a man nor a woman. Get out here, shouted Chu Feng. An enemy actually appeared in this kind of situation. Just what kind of background did he have? Then, he saw a pair of eyes appear in the great fog not too far away. They were deathly gray without the slightest bit of luster. As it gradually approached, he could see that there was a bit of resentment and a bit gloomy. What kind of situation was this? As the fine hairs on Chu Feng's body stood on end, he directly blasted out an ultimate fist. At the same time, he prepared to throw caution to the wind and bring out the wooden spear. However, after the fist imprint blasted out, the fog in that area scattered. The pair of eyes also turned into mist. Chu Feng's attack was useless. What a delicious taste. What a sumptuous blood feast. I really want to know how you survived back then. The voice was neither male nor female. It was sometimes hoarse and sometimes feminine, changing unpredictably. It moved left and right, east and west in the great fog without a fixed form. Chu Feng's body stiffened, and he felt more and more danger approaching. And at this moment, a certain object in his body began to revolve and move slowly. It made him realize what he had encountered in the end. Within his body, the small gray grinding stone crushed on its own and began to revolve. The golden runes carved on it by Chu Feng were glowing. Was this a warning or a self-defense mechanism? He knew that the voice in the great fog was definitely related to the gray matter. Chu Feng's eyes were red. Back then, in order to increase his strength and take revenge for his family and friends, he didn't hesitate to go to a distant foreign land and cultivate evil mutant techniques. This led to himself being corroded by more and more gray matter and living a life worse than death. In the end, he had no choice but to reincarnate because his body had deteriorated to the extreme. His future path was already cut off, and his potential was squeezed dry. His soul light was covered in dust, and he couldn't cultivate normally. Chu Feng narrowly escaped death. He couldn't completely eradicate the gray matter even with the help of the rough stone plate in the radiant city of death. Only when he arrived at the end of the reincarnation road where the clay idol sat cross-legged and carried out the final attack did he completely break free from his predicament and wash away the gray matter. Meanwhile, the gray matter was smelted into his body and fused with the small black and white grinding stone to become the small gray grinding stone. Now, the small gray grinding stone reacted and revolved on its own. This made Chu Feng guess that the gray matter had reappeared. Another era has begun. This time it's the gray era. In the great fog, that pair of eyes reappeared. They were like the eyes of a dead fish and were devoid of vitality. They carried resentment and coldness as they closed in on Chu Feng. Chu Feng gnashed his teeth in anger. He was increasingly aware of how terrifying this gray fog was. Moreover, this seemed to be an acquaintance. Back then, a mass of the densest gray matter had escaped from his body. He suspected that it had crossed the boundary membrane with the people of the Yang realm and entered the Yang realm. Could it be it? "Little Gray, is that you?" shouted Chu Feng. "You're courting death," the gray matter coldly berated. This was a mass of self-aware gray matter. It stood out from the masses and was incomparably awe-inspiring. It took human form and stared at Chu Feng. Moreover, it closed in on him. Chu Feng was puzzled. A forger had appeared and carried a world on its back. There was a supreme expert's corpse on the broken bell and a giant black beast. This was already very strange, but now, why did the gray matter follow him? Was it coming for him? There was a muffled roar. After the gray matter took human form, it pounced over and charged at Chu Feng. "I missed the time you provided for me in the past." Chu Feng was furious. He had experienced so much in the past and was tormented by this gray matter to the point of death. Now, it still dared to bring up old matters and even wanted to kill him. This was intolerable. His stone jar and reincarnation earth were all prepared, but none of them reacted as intensely as the small gray grinding stone. It revolved rapidly on its own and wanted to rush out of his body. Chu Feng's body trembled. He sensed something and took the initiative to receive it. The two wheels of the grinding stone appeared on his left and right hands respectively. Then, he faced the gray matter head-on. At this moment, Little Gray cried out miserably. It was actually absorbed by the gray grinding stone, and then a portion of it was refined. It was simply in disbelief. What kind of person was this? How could he refine it? Its origins weren't simple at all. The gray matter had gained spirituality and turned into a tangible body. It was known as the essence of the gray matter and had long developed spirituality. In theory, it was almost impossible to suppress, but now someone was actually refining it. Moreover, it was its former host, the blood food of the past. It released a miserable cry and struggled free from Chu Feng's hands. It scattered into gray mist and revealed a pair of eyes that stared fiercely at Chu Feng from a distance. Then, the great mist was endless and boundless. It wrapped around Chu Feng from all directions. The gray matter was hidden within and was everywhere. It entered Chu Feng's body from different directions. The small gray grinding stone rotated and returned to the depths of Chu Feng's body in an instant. Then it began to revolve frantically. All the gray matter that entered his body was refined and absorbed by the grinding stone, becoming a part of it. At this moment, Chu Feng could clearly feel that the broken gray grinding stone was becoming stronger and more solid. It was becoming an unfathomable artifact. The gray matter screamed in horror. Chapter 13:17. Cult Father? After the gray matter developed intelligence, it had long opened the gates to the heavens. Its future was limitless, destined to set foot in the ultimate domain. However, now its past host, Blood Food, actually made it call it Father. It was so angry it felt like one Buddha was born, 2 Buddhas ascended to the heavens, and 3 Buddhas underwent nirvana. It wanted to immediately suck away Chu Feng's flesh essence, make him age 100,000 years, turn into dust, turn into dung, make this Blood Food understand that there were some creatures that couldn't be provoked. However, the reality was that it cried out miserably and struggled intensely. It was stuck to the small grinding stone in Chu Feng's body, continuously refined and crushed. Its body was shrinking. "Call me Father." Chu Feng pressured it again, determined to eat it up. The gray matter was a type of energy. It was going to become an existence in the unmatched domain. Now it could develop intelligence. It wasn't easy to take this step, yet in the end, it suffered this type of humiliation. No one knew that there was a gray seed with endless potential here. If they knew the truth, it would definitely incite panic and bring about great chaos in the world. However, what was Chu Feng doing to it? He truly had enough of the gray matter. When he thought back to the events of the past, he directly took off his shoes and began to beat the gray matter. Beat it with the sole of his shoes? The gray matter essence was about to go crazy, actually humiliating it like this. Do you know what you were doing? It became furious from humiliation. Of course I do. I want to beat you with my shoehorn and slap your mouth. Don't pretend in front of me. I've long had enough of you. It was precisely because of the deep hatred he felt towards it and those extremely bad memories that Chu Feng still purposely trampled on it, even though he knew that he couldn't hurt it with his shoes. Call me father. He threatened and intimidated it again. The gray matter roared angrily. If it knew this earlier, it really wanted to return to the past and kill Chu Feng in the Little Een realm, turn him into a puddle of stinky pus and blood, not giving him any chance. It never expected that the blood food that was beyond cure back then, one that had no chance of survival, not only came back from the dead, it was even alive and kicking and could even counter it. The affairs of the world were truly hard to predict. It was both hateful and anxious. Chi, the gray matter, discovered that a third of its own essence had been lost in this short period of time. Waves of light, smoke rose from it. It was continuously being refined, and the situation was extremely serious. As for Chu Feng, his entire body was relaxed. As the little grinding stone in his body became more and more condensed and solid, he could feel a sense of power and joy from the harvest. There was no need to think too much. The small grinding stone would definitely become a great weapon in the future. At this moment, Chu Feng had an illusion. Amidst the rising gray mist, he felt as if he was about to ascend to the heavens and ascend to heaven. Both his body and mind were very happy. All of his cells were becoming more and more active, almost breaking through to the great sage level and achieving a mythical metamorphosis. He was about to charge straight into the domain of illumination. The gray fog surged and drowned Chu Feng. Both inside and outside of his body, there was a thick gray substance, and the degree of purity was unprecedented. It could be said to be the essence of gray substance that was rarely seen since ancient times. Normally speaking, if one were to be corroded by such a substance, not to mention Chu Feng, even an incomparably powerful person would regret it for the rest of their life. Their entire life would be ruined, and even if they managed to survive, it would be extremely inauspicious. But now, it was a kind of enjoyment for Chu Feng. He had an impulse and an illusion. Could he cultivate the mutant technique now? Could he absorb the divinity granules, ancestral Taoist matter, and so on to become stronger rapidly by continuously killing his enemies? That was because he wasn't afraid of the gray substance's corrosion anymore. The so-called drawbacks weren't a problem to him at all. Within Chu Feng's body, the small gray grinding stone condensed and became more and more simple and unadorned. However, it was even more unfathomable. Between the two grinding stones, golden runes were circulating and glistening brightly. Chu Feng, how dare you treat me like this? The gray substance hissed and howled like a malicious spirit. It was vicious and resentful, but it immediately cried out again, "Father!" Chu Feng was a little speechless. Wasn't this change in tone a little too fast? Father Chu. The gray substance changed its tone again and was incomparably anxious. It really couldn't bear it anymore. Half of its body had already been obliterated by Chu Feng, and the gray substance was less than 50%. At the same time, it transformed into a peerlessly beautiful and delicate woman. She appeared in Chu Feng's divine sense and begged him to let it go. She was elegant and beautiful beyond compare. She was around 20 years old, and her bright eyes were filled with tears. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look pitiful and weak. But how could Chu Feng give up? He knew her nature a long time ago. So he opened his mouth and said fiercely, "Wait until your cultivation increases by another 5,000 years. Then you can go and charm others. You're far from it now." "Father Chu, what do I have to do for you to let me go?" The ethereal young girl formed from the gray substance continued to beg with tears hanging on her lustrous white face. "Don't be mushy. You can't even call me Grandfather Chu." Not only did Chu Feng not give up, but he also exhausted all of his power to immediately refine it. Motherf asterisk cur. In that instant, the gray substance became hostile, carrying resentment. It cursed crazily, really wishing to immediately get rid of Chu Feng. However, in the end, it continuously shrunk. In the end, it released a miserable cry, breaking apart on its own, wishing to destroy everything indiscriminately. With a hong sound, the small gray millstone in Chu Feng's body suppressed down. The golden symbols on its surface shone with holy radiance, surrounding all of the gray mist. Under Chi-Chi sounds, the gray substance was refined even faster. In the end, it only fled as a blast of mist, less than a fifth of its original size, becoming much weaker. Amidst its curses and hatred, it quickly fled into the distance. Chu Feng chased after it, but the gray substance scattered on its own, merging into the void, becoming formless and without a trace, fleeing for its life. In the end, it escaped. It suffered serious injuries, even its spirituality almost scattering. One had to bear in mind that it wasn't easy to develop a spirit, reaching this step extremely difficult. It was the foreign deities who supported it. Back then, the divine remains Chu Feng saw in the foreign realm couldn't go unnoticed. After a large amount of the flesh and blood essence of various divine kings were corroded, it was formed. At this time, Chu Feng stopped because the forger was following him. It didn't leave his side, and it even circled around him, making him feel a wave of fear. He didn't fear the gray substance, but he was quite fearful of this forger. Moreover, the collapsing world this forger carried on its back was too sinister and terrifying. However, Chu Feng wasn't in a bad mood. During the short period of refining the gray substance just now, the small millstone in his body changed again. Moreover, it gave him an indescribable experience. He was immersed in the golden symbols and was actually about to comprehend it. In a split second, Chu Feng's body heated up and the activity of his cells increased rapidly. He was actually going to transform and step into the realm of Illuminator. Since ancient times, there weren't many people who could step into the realm of Illuminator without the help of pollen. They were all special existences and became legends in the history of evolution. Now, Chu Feng had the great sage body. If he were to break through from this realm, it would definitely be extremely astonishing. From a certain perspective, if he were to undergo a transition of life and transform successfully, he would become the legend among legends that Qin Luoyin spoke of. From then on, he would have boundless potential. I'm going to become a legend among legends. Chu Feng clenched his teeth. However, beside him, the forger with disheveled hair came closer again, almost sticking to his face as it sniffed continuously, making him feel extremely dangerous. Chu Feng guessed that there were clues about the so-called 3-life medicine on him. Very soon, he thought of the 3 seeds. It couldn't be them, could it? This made him worried because he was able to reach this step all because of the 3 mysterious seeds. It would be too much of a pity if he were to lose them today. Now, he didn't dare to act rashly and had no way to transform and break through without the slightest scruple. However, this kind of comprehension and the state of his physical body's increased activity were engraved in his mind. Chu Feng calmed his heart, and very soon, he was as calm as an ancient well. The current external environment was too vile, and he couldn't evolve without distractions. However, he grasped and remembered his current comprehension. It wouldn't be too late to tear apart a legend when the time was right. Hello, Senior. I'm Divine King Chu. Of course, you can also call me Chao Shenhua. You're always revolving around me. What's the matter? Chu Feng spoke. He couldn't stand it anymore. No one could stand being targeted by a terrifying forger. Of course, his skin was too thick as he addressed himself as Chao Shenhua to the forger. Medicine's aura. The forger's hair was disheveled, and the golden jade clothes on his body were made of special pieces of jade woven from mother gold. However, after experiencing the baptism of time and the corrosion of time, it had long since become tattered. He was covered in bloodstains as though he had suffered a serious injury. His consciousness was chaotic, and his bestial nature was greater than his human nature. It was precisely because of this that he was in extreme danger. Chu Feng knew that the medicine the forger was talking about was the so-called three-life medicine. Could it really be on him? After thinking about it, he felt that he only had 3 seeds on him that were more likely to be the three-life medicine. The forger approached once again. Through his hair, his eyes, which were sometimes blood-red and sometimes empty, were reflected. He looked even more dangerous, as though he was a wild beast about to go berserk. Chu Feng couldn't just sit and wait for death. If he was torn apart by this forger, his death would be too unjust. He secretly prepared the reincarnation soil and the small black wooden spear. He was ready to defend himself and counterattack at any time. However, all of Chu Feng's preparations were ineffective in front of the forger. It was hard to imagine just how powerful this strange man with disheveled hair was. He could practically confine heaven and earth with just a thought. Chu Feng felt his vision darken as his body was flung away. Then, some of the items on his body changed owners. His heart trembled violently as he fell to the ground. Three-life medicine. Revive. In the world on the back of the forger, there was a huge black beast howling and roaring, shaking the dark and deathly silent world. This huge black beast was trembling from excitement as it gazed at the blood-covered figure lying on the damaged bell in the depths of the collapsed world. "I found a three-life medicine. You have to revive." It was howling. This left Chu Feng shaken. That unmatched expert who had his back to the outside world had once pierced through the heavens. His entire life was glorious and resplendent. Could it be that this man who had never fallen into a low point could actually revive in front of him? Chu Feng was extremely shocked as he stared at the depths of the collapsed world. There were many bell fragments there, and there were even more damaged bells that were rumbling and trembling as if they were in mourning, wanting to awaken their master. Chapter 13:18. With a pung sound, Chu Feng fell onto the ground. The reincarnation earth was still in his hands, not lost, but the chopstick-length, small black wooden spear was already in the forger's palm. Chu Feng found this a bit hard to believe. That was the three-life medicine. Dang! The damaged bell rang lightly. At this moment, it actually shook the heavens above and earth below, making one's soul feel as if it was undergoing a baptism. It was first purified and then converted. This wasn't even the true ringing of a great bell, but rather the trembling of a corner of a damaged bell about to change the world. The only fortunate thing was that the bell waves didn't sweep out from the collapsed world, or else it would be a disaster. There would be a great disaster in both the heavens above and earth below. The forger held the black three-life medicine in his hands as he was fiercely flung out. In the collapsed world behind him, everything was dusky, the entire heaven and earth spinning. It was like a sea that was connected to the heavens, absorbing everything. It was also like the ultimate limit of the damaged primordial universe, slowly spinning, extremely strange. The giant black beast inside already couldn't wait any longer, continuously barking, excited, but also bitter. From the past until now, it had always protected this place, never leaving or abandoning it. "Bring the three-life medicine to the altar," the giant black beast roared. One could see that it was standing on the great earth covered in blood, lonely and desolate. It was actually extremely old, actually a large black dog that was declining. Its body swayed, unable to stand steadily, actually sitting on the ground like a human. It was as tall as a giant mountain, but its body was stooped, not even its waist straight. It was extremely old, its body also carrying serious injuries. Being able to live until now wasn't easy at all. It was frantically doing its best, doing everything it could to struggle, wishing to live until the next day. It was because it was unwilling, unconvinced, and even more so felt grief and frustration. The previously glorious generation had all withered away, died, and left. Only it was left, still protecting its master. Those were several heavenly emperors. When it thought of the past, it wanted to cry out in grief. It was tyrannical, barbaric, and also glorious, extremely brilliant, but it also experienced difficulties the world had never known or imagined. After the great decisive battle, it actually fell to this state. Its outer appearance was extremely rough, but deep inside, it was extremely meticulous and attached great importance to emotions. Otherwise, it wouldn't have guarded this place for so long, not leaving or abandoning this place, risking its life to live each day to protect the man whose corpse was lying on the ruined bell. The enormous black beast appeared increasingly aged. Its turbid eyes were filled with tears as it recalled the past. I was once a close friend of the Celestial Emperor, and we followed the strongest people in history. We fought our way to the end of the darkness, to the source of the turbid river of souls, and stepped on the dangerous ancient road paved with blood that dyed the heavens red. We fought our whole lives, we withered, we passed away. Does anyone still know of us? The enormous black beast used to be extremely domineering, extremely cunning, even more so extremely ferocious, but now it was so weak. Its body was stooped, tears continuously flowing from its old eyes. We were once the most powerful golden generation, an invincible combination, but where are you now? Withering in the most terrifying and dazzling age of the heavens, going far away. The glory that belonged to us, the era that belonged to us, it cannot end like this. This aged and heavily injured black beast, under a low and sorrowful roar, suddenly raised its head towards the sky. It didn't believe that the most powerful golden combination in history would completely fall. Those were but the celestial emperors, stunning the ages, looking down on the endless time and space. How could they fall like this? However, when it thought of those past events, it still wanted to cry. Those glorious, those lamentable, those that disappeared, those that scattered, those that withered, how could they continue to be so dim? I'm waiting for you all. I want to continue living, struggling with everything I have every day. I believe that you all will return. I will wait for you all to reappear in this world. Its heart was in great pain. This previously tyrannical and rough beast was actually crying now. It believed that there would be a day when it would see those people again, because among them, there were people who were still alive. How could those emperors who had dazzled through the ages fall? They even more so wouldn't let go of their past companions, coming back to save them, crossing the life and death bridge, guiding them back to life. However, when it thought of that life and death bridge, the black beast's heart pounded, its body trembling slightly. It had personally experienced it close to it, truly understanding what that place signified. Could that person still return from the life and death bridge? That was a lonely bridge that floated in the great mist, the other side impossible to see, the end impossible to see. Everything was deathly silent, a boundless expanse. Even if one was heaven-warping and exceptional, they could only continue on the bridge, unable to fly across. Below the bridge, it was dark to the point of being terrifying, the abyss endless. How many heroes, how many prides of heaven, the most powerful individuals of a great era fell from there, their souls also returning, leaving behind only sorrow and hatred. Whenever it thought of this, the black beast would always feel uneasy. Even though it was full of hope, it also knew how terrifying that place was, known as the final resting place of celestial emperors. Even though it had confidence in that expert who had dazzled past and present, seeing that person's clothes white like snow, seeing that person cross a great era with each step, style unmatched, it still felt extremely apprehensive, carrying endless worry inside. The black beast didn't dare continue thinking about it. If that person also fell, one day falling into the endless abyss under the life and death bridge, the entire world would become dark, lacking life force. Back then, it had witnessed too much, also experienced too much. It followed at those individuals' side. What great changes, what eternal calamity, what eternal fall. It had witnessed it all, participated in it, knowing how terrifying and horrifying it was. At the end of some paths, there were some ancient paths that passed through the great mist that were actually prepared for celestial Emperor Zonyi. When it recalled the events of the past, thinking about its past companions, thinking about those old friends, it couldn't help but think about the one who traveled before it. What happened to him? In the heavens above, that person sat on a copper coffin, crossing the sea, heading into the distance alone. The endless blood-colored sea surged with great waves, millions and millions of times more terrifying than the realm's sea, witnessing the rise and fall of many realms. However, in the end, he disappeared, the higher realms gradually disappearing. Did he die in battle in a foreign land? That shouldn't be the case. This was because even though the black beast was in the sealed and collapsed world, it had vaguely sensed a strand of sword chi that was so sharp that it could suppress the past and present not too long ago. It had disturbed the heavens and shook the entire world of the living. However, after so many years passed, where was that person? In the collapsed world, an indistinct sacrificial altar appeared, corpses everywhere. There were creatures that were like walking corpses that carried the black 3-life medicine in their hands, sending it over. The so-called collapsed world was actually all projections. In the space on the forger's back, only an altar and some walking corpses truly existed. Everything else was extremely far away. Unknown just how many space-times separated them. Millions and millions of li could only be used as a unit of measurement. The 3-life medicine was sent to that sacrificial altar that was covered in dry bloodstains. It was extremely damaged, having experienced battles in the past. Even if it was previously left behind by a supreme expert, it was still incredibly damaged now. That was why the first 3-life medicine transmission actually failed. "Hurry," urged the black beast. It was very anxious, and also very apprehensive, itching to immediately revive the person lying on the broken bell and reappear in the world. At this moment, its mood was anxious and also intensely uneasy because it didn't know if this 3-life medicine would be effective. After all, the person who died was too powerful. Was there still a medicinal herb in this world that could save him? Its heart was heavy, always feeling incomparably oppressed, a wave of weakness and powerlessness, a feeling that couldn't be resolved. Back then, you adopted me, allowing me to walk to a day where I dazzled the heavens from an ordinary and weak person, witnessing and experiencing the brilliance of life after life. In this life, I've come to redeem you and let you return. Even if I have to burn my true soul to recover the bit of aura you once left behind, I don't care if I have to extinguish my body as long as I can gather your soul light once more. The black beast's voice was low and deep as it murmured, its aged face full of tear stains. When it thought of the past, it still couldn't forget it, nor could it accept it. How could their generation be so sorrowful and separated, actually falling to this state? Chapter 1319. The giant black beast was extremely old. This was because its great Tao foundation was injured, the result of its illness. Otherwise, with its past strength, how could it struggle to survive every day? Old tears tumbled down from its dull and lifeless eyes, its words heavy and emotional. The era that belonged to them had passed. Even those individuals as powerful as the first-generation golden combination withered away, scattering. I am willing to die, never to appear again, as long as I can save you, it vowed, its voice deep and full of emotions. Its muddled old eyes gazed into the sky, recalling their era, their glory. On the altar, the black 3-life medicine became indistinct again, about to be transported to the deathly still world the giant black beast resided in. It's coming. I hope this time it's real, that it is a medicinal herb that can save an emperor's life. The giant black beast's voice was overcast. Its stooped body trembled, a bit uncertain, fearing that it would end up empty-handed again, only leaving behind despair and regret. In that deathly, silent world, blood was everywhere. Much of it had long since dried up, but there were also some that were still bright red to this day. Some were terrifyingly black, while others carried a hazy halo of light. They were all the blood of unfathomable experts. The three-life medicine disappeared from the altar, but it wasn't transported to that world, instead landing in the middle of a cold and gloomy ruined star grave. There were star remains everywhere in that region, a shattered starry sky swirling with death energy. Repair the altar, continue the transportation. The giant black beast was furious, extremely impatient. There were walking corpses in that region, as well as even more ruined altars. They were quickly constructed, and the three-life medicine was placed on top again. The giant black beast stared rigidly at the three-life medicine. Even though it was far away, it was still carefully identifying it, excited to the point where its body was shaking. It reached out a large claw with difficulty, truly wishing to immediately grab it. Its body was shrinking. It released a long howl towards the heavens, unable to hide its excitement. Of course, there was also sadness. They had fallen to this state in the past. It was already this difficult to even continue living, needing to race against death every day. In this life, I will save you. Its words were resolute, already making preparations to die, wishing to extend the life of that male on the great bell. It was because that heavenly emperor's past soul light had already scattered, and now it was going to burn its own true soul, refine the bit of aura he left behind back then, condense heaven's will again. While it was shrinking, a broken medicine furnace with a hole in it was already prepared, and it was already filled with all kinds of precious materials. If others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. It was because in the medicinal furnace, there were medicinal herbs that had only appeared in legends since the ancient times, or that were difficult to find a second time in this world, as well as the most precious treasures from various foreign lands. Any of the materials in the furnace were peerless treasures. It could be said that it contained rare materials from all the realms in the universe. It was rare to see one since ancient times. Not to mention the three-life medicine, just this batch of supplementary materials had already been prepared by the Black Beast for countless years. Its value was extremely shocking, and it was likely that it would be difficult to gather such a batch of medicine again. The huge Black Beast had already started to refine the medicine. It was only missing the three-life medicine, the main ingredient. In the fog, Chu Feng stared blankly at the collapsed world behind the forger. He already knew that it was only a projection. The real Black Beast was very far away. Chu Feng knew that once the small black wooden spear the length of a chopstick was transported over, it would be cooked into medicinal porridge, no longer existing. He felt extremely conflicted and distressed. For him, this was a great killing weapon that could be used to save his life, yet now it was seized by someone to be used for medicine refinement. Right, the one who provided the medicinal herbs. What kind of background does he have? When the medicine refinement was about to begin, the huge Black Beast suddenly spoke. It seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly raised its head, projecting itself in Chu Feng's direction. Right now, Chu Feng wasn't directly facing it, only showing it the side of his face. Hey, how did you end up like this? When a huge Black Beast saw the side of his face, it actually directly released a strange cry, meaning that it was extremely shocked. It wanted to reach out a large claw to grab Chu Feng away. However, in the end, they were separated by millions and millions of li of time and space. Moreover, it was injured to the point where it was about to die, so in the end, it didn't cast its figure down, only grabbing at him from the void. Could it be that I really don't have much time left? My eyes are blurred from old age. Why does he look so strange? What are you called? Turn around. Let me see your true body. The huge Black Beast urged. Right now, Chu Feng was chowed his body and didn't reveal his true appearance. When he heard this, he shivered inwardly. The other party was too sharp. Could it even see part of his true form? He directly pasted a handful of reincarnation earth on his face, fearing that he would be affected. That was because there were some ancient methods, some secret methods to control servants, and other things that would be effective as long as one's name, blood, and other things. He really was scared that he would be controlled unknowingly. No matter how he looked at it, this huge Black Beast was too unordinary. How long? Suddenly, the great mist erupted. The three-sided battlefield trembled, and the area Chu Feng was in shook violently. The sunset glow and the strange stars hung over the horizon appeared again. Chu Feng was shocked. Did that huge black beast take action, or was it a forger? He fell back, but now he had lost the little black wooden spear, so it was indeed difficult for him to resist. And something was wrong. In that instant, he sensed that the void was actually splitting apart, and a mysterious passage appeared. It was also like a projection, extremely faint, but it was descending. This wasn't done by the huge black beast, but by someone else. Why did it feel somewhat familiar? Why did he feel a special charm? Chu Feng's heart trembled. In the blink of an eye, he knew what it was. That was a path related to reincarnation. The next moment, he decisively removed the reincarnation earth from his face and stored it in a stone jar. His body crackled as he retreated continuously into the great mist. Was this really a reincarnation path? It was about to appear and descend upon this place. Chu Feng felt extreme danger. He retreated continuously into the depths of the great mist and sank into the ground without a care for anything else. That forger didn't follow him again. Swoosh! Chu Feng wanted to leave with the help of domains. He didn't think too much about the little black wooden spear or the huge black beast. He believed that there was going to be a great storm here and that the reincarnation hunters were coming for revenge. Unfortunately, he failed. He was blocked after traveling several dozen kilometers underground. Both the sky and the ground were emitting a hazy halo of light. Chu Feng frowned. This was a damaged golden symbol that was suppressing this place. It looked similar to the characters on the giant stone grindstone within the deathly light. However, what he saw before him was damaged and incomplete. There were a few golden symbols sealing this place. He could sense that the golden light was pouring down from the sky and illuminating all directions. It was incomparably tyrannical as it locked down the sky and earth. The sky became increasingly resplendent as the damaged golden symbols blossomed. That path was no longer indistinct and was becoming increasingly clear. It was about to descend here. It's coming out. Chu Feng was shaken. He directly entered the stone jar and hid. He was worried that there would be a great battle here and everything might collapse. But very soon, he drove the stone jar and rushed into a large tent. He brought the unconscious Yu Shang away and went into hibernation once again. Boom! Moments later, a clear ancient path descended. It was quite similar to the reincarnation path Chu Feng had walked through, but it was definitely not that one. It was quiet and lifeless. Those damaged golden symbols were faintly discernible. This left Chu Feng shocked and bewildered. It seemed like even though the other party didn't obtain the complete one, he still comprehended many secrets. This made him set the resolution that he had to completely comprehend it when he returned. He grasped the complete golden symbols. Since ancient times, who has dared humiliate reincarnation and wipe out the hunters we sent out? A calm voice rang through the three sides of the battlefield, making everyone feel great restraining fear. The forger raised his head. Meanwhile, the roar of that enormous black beast could be heard from the collapsed world behind him. It was urging the three-life medicine to be sent over, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Don't you want to come and ask for forgiveness? That voice sounded again. It didn't reveal its true body, only a sphere of mist. However, a group of reincarnation hunters appeared in its surroundings. Ask for forgiveness? You dare ask for forgiveness from us? The enormous black beast roared, as if it was incomparably furious. Even though it was impatient and wanted to immediately seize the three-life medicine, it still responded, stalling for time. If it was on its own, it wouldn't fear the creatures on the reincarnation path. If it wasn't because its body was unwell, it would have long since attacked. It was because this type of condemnation, this type of descending and looking down on them, was a humiliation towards the past golden generation. Even those behind reincarnation couldn't do this. Chu Feng was greatly shaken. This was the first time he saw a player on the reincarnation path. It was difficult to imagine how powerful a creature this level was. Yet that enormous black beast actually dared to challenge him without fear. No one can be an exception. Who doesn't reincarnate in this world? What's wrong with asking for forgiveness? On that ancient path, the figure in the mist spoke coldly and normally, overlooking everything below. Within the mist, a pair of green and emotionless eyes were revealed. It's not like we haven't slaughtered our way into reincarnation before. I admit that the waters there are deep. The true reincarnation existed before the age of Emperor collapse. Perhaps not even you know as much as we do. You dare ask for forgiveness from us? The enormous black beast spoke, extremely aloof. At the same time, it calmed down. You care a lot about that little black wooden spear. Are you stalling for time? On the ancient path, within the mist, that creature spoke, becoming cold and forceful, the green pupils a bit frightening. It was because his spiritual senses were too sharp. That enormous black beast was arrogant, its roots deep. It originally looked down on all things, but now it was purposely speaking more, only caring about that black wooden spear. Cheat. The enormous black beast no longer paid him any attention, quickly taking action. It reached out a large claw, about to project itself over, wishing to directly seize the 3-life medicine. However, it was too tired, striving to live through each day. Meanwhile, the great Tao of the heavens fell together, injuring its foundation. Right now, it was too old, a bit powerless. This claw actually didn't succeed, but it exhausted too much of its power. Hung! A cold snort sounded. On the ancient path, within the mist, that figure erupted with endless light. Moreover, the ancient path extended forward, rushing into the collapsed world. That forger couldn't stop it. Hung! The ancient path extended outwards, boundless and endless. That creature brought a group of reincarnation hunters into the ruined star grave, grabbing towards the 3-life medicine. You dare! The enormous black beast roared angrily, its body swaying, already unable to stand stably. However, it still did everything it could. Its turbid old eyes released a terrifying radiance, seizing that 3-life medicine from millions and millions of li away. The 3-life medicine flew towards it, but halfway through, it stopped in the void star remains. That ancient path shone, golden symbols erupting, about to lock down the 3-life medicine. In the mist, that person stood on the ancient path, wishing to seize the little black wooden spear. Those who touch reincarnation will all meet a pitiful end. He calmly spoke. If the creature behind the most ancient reincarnation said these words to me, I might still hesitate, but you dare disrespect us like this? The enormous black beast roared. In reality, it was extremely powerless, feeling extremely miserable. It really was old and weak, this era already no longer its past glorious years. Even its own survival was a great problem. Do you have something special? Ha! On the ancient path, that figure said coldly. You don't understand because you're ignorant. You don't have the qualifications. Back then, we even killed immortals of the high heavens and bathed in the blood of the creatures of that world. Your ancestors and countless others probably only had descendants like you because of our protection. The enormous black beast spoke, its voice a bit downcast and also a bit sad. It actually fell to this state, unable to fight, too weak. In the past, why would it need to say so much? It could just directly take action. However, for the sake of reviving the male on the ruined bell, it didn't hesitate to continuously speak like this, even bringing out a few of its past accomplishments. It felt sorrowful and also extremely fretful, worried that something unforeseen might happen, scared that the male on the ruined bell would miss out on this chance to revive. How would you understand high heavens? Even those up there cannot look down on reincarnation. The male on the ancient path clearly realized that the little black wooden spear was extremely important to the enormous beast, doing everything he could to seize it. The ancient path shone, extending forward. He stood above, continuously approaching the 3-life medicine, about to seize it. You dare humiliate us? Even though I am old, no longer than me for back then, not the me who slaughtered my way in a high immortal age. If you want to seize my great medicine, I can still send you to your death." The enormous black beast roared. Originally, it still wanted to leave behind a bit of power to refine medicine, burn its own true soul, exchange for the male on the great Bel's corpse to revive, even if there was only a sliver of a chance. However now, even the three-life medicine, the main ingredient, was about to be lost, so how could it endure this? It immediately erupted with power. Following a beast roar, a large black claw reached out millions and millions of li, slapping towards that ancient path. It was just too terrifying, unprecedented. I insist on seizing it. I want to see what an old fella like you whose blood energy has withered body is about to rot into dust can do to me. The creature on the reincarnation path sneered, erupting with dazzling golden light. The ancient path extended, smashing forward. However, right at this moment, in the depths of the collapsed world, the body of the male on the ruined Bell trembled slightly. His back was still facing everyone, but his hair rose slightly. "You returned? Are you alive?" When the enormous black beast saw this scene, it was moved to the point of crying out, old tears tumbling down. However, it quickly learned that it wasn't that person who revived, but rather that the ruined Bell was trembling slightly, making the corpse of the male on top tremble a bit. "Huh!" A bell wave blasted outwards. It was too resplendent, too intense, illuminating the past, present, and future. The enormous black beast shed tears, its old eyes turbid. It hated itself for declining to this extent, lacking power. At this moment, it was actually that male's ruined bell that rang on its own. This was extremely terrifying. With a hong sound, everything that stood in its way exploded, including the reincarnation path. At this moment, the heavens were all rumbling, everything trembling. All life in this world were trembling, about to kneel down. Moreover, for some reason, there was a type of sadness. The enormous black beast carried a sobbing tone as it muttered, "Your back is facing all life, because you have been fighting on the front lines your entire life, facing the most powerful and undefeatable enemy. Behind you is the pure land, and in front of you, the heavens are burning, the broken path is covered in blood, the boundless killing tribulation is endless. Behind you, all life is eternal peace. This is you, your back is facing all life." That enormous black beast was trembling, tears falling. It knew that after this bell rang, it didn't need to exhaust the last bit of its strength to take action. That day, in the heavens above and earth below, all creatures heard this bell sound. There was an extremely ancient existence that was startled awake, its voice trembling as it said, "That person, his bell has rung again." Even the first mountain, number 9, and the others were shocked as well. Chapter 13:20. That man's corpse laid on top of the ruined bell, unable to get up again. He had been dead for many years. His past glory and resplendent past had all become the smoke of history. However, his damaged bell was trembling, moving, rumbling with noise. At this moment, the heavens above and earth below were shaken. The damaged bell still had a spirit, and the sound waves swept out in all directions. The first mountain, the various restricted zones, and even the even more mysterious creatures from the other lands were all shaken to the core. It was because this bell sound was too grand and majestic. More importantly, its origins were great beyond compare. How many years had passed? How many eras had passed? It didn't belong to this great era, yet could still sound again. Vaguely, the invincible man who had his back to all living beings, who had never been defeated in his life, who had triumphantly advanced all the way, and who had swept through the heavens and the realms, had returned. The sound of the bell rumbled. At this moment, the heavens above and the earth below were filled with its echoes, shaking all lands. Even the great evil spirit, the gray mist, and the creatures of darkness that came from the foreign lands were horrified, unable to help but tremble. That resplendent, flourishing age, the era when several heavenly emperors traveled together. Even though it had already passed, those who truly witnessed that great era, the experts who read those historical records, there wasn't a single one who wasn't shaken. There were some people who were truly shockingly talented from past to present, people who had to respect and submit to them. What a pity he still died in the end. Otherwise, who could compete against him? Someone said with a sigh, this was definitely a creature that had lived for an extremely long time, his origins unimaginable. There were also people whose eyes were brimming with hot tears. This was an old soldier whose body was damaged, having injuries that couldn't be healed. Right now, his emotions were incredibly stirred up, his voice trembling. Heavenly Emperor fell back then. After so many years, his bell actually sounded again. The monarch horoscope is gone. When will I be able to witness your supreme brilliance again? Will you come back? Someone cried out in grief. He already didn't have long to live, but today, he was woken up by this bell sound. He was shocked, but also inwardly grieved, tears continuously falling. At this moment, the entire world was shaken. Even in this current world, the living beings in the various parts of the Yang realm didn't know the origins of this bell since a long time ago, and they didn't know this person at all. But when they heard the bell now, they still felt a sense of sorrow, and some sort of emotion was aroused. In a trance, people felt that this was an ancient sage who should have been solemnly worshipped, but was forgotten by the world, buried by time. Boom! Without a doubt, this bell was peerless. Although it did not attack other parts of the world, it targeted the living beings on the path of reincarnation. There was a group of reincarnation hunters there, and they were all experts. However, as soon as the bell waves spread out, they all exploded. This was extremely horrifying. One had to bear in mind that this was a reincarnation hunter, someone who dared to personally visit sects at every turn to capture great figures who escaped reincarnation with their memories. However, now they were like scarecrows, like ants, just too weak. Under this bell wave, they were blasted into powder, becoming nothing. The group of reincarnation hunters had been annihilated in both body and soul. They didn't even have the chance to make a splash before they died, miserably in an instant. As for that strange ancient path, it was immediately severed. The expert who stood on it, his entire body shining with resplendent golden light, that terrifying creature that wanted to steal the 3-life medicine, was also struck and exploded. What kind of power was this? The waters of the path of reincarnation were too deep, and its origins were ancient and unverifiable. However, this person was able to command and control a group of hunters, so his identity and strength were naturally extremely impressive. Yet now his body was disintegrating. Blood splashed in all directions, filling a large expanse. One has to understand that once this kind of person appeared, even some of the old ancestors of the various sects in the Yang realm would be terrified. They would tremble with fear and have to personally welcome him. Yet now, his physical body exploded, and even his soul light was shattered by the bell wave. Then, it burned, and he was about to turn into ashes, dying miserably. This damaged bell, at the final juncture, he was terrified. He weakly released a soul tremble, because he recalled the ancient book he had read before. He clearly knew who it was. That person's great bell had once resounded through the heavens and earth. 10,000 races were intimidated into submission. Who could contend against him? It was actually him. This person's back was facing all life, and he had always been moving forward, expanding territory and fighting bloody battles with unknown creatures from beyond this region, sweeping through all enemies. That was a legend, a supreme being of legend. Who dared to disrespect him? Who dared to oppose him? Even someone like you dares to blaspheme the Emperor's corpse and act so unbridled towards us back then. Sure enough, that enormous black beast's ice-cold berating voice transmitted over. It was just like the legends. It was exactly like this. So why didn't they recognize it earlier? This was the enormous black beast that followed its Sky Emperor's side in the past. On the broken reincarnation path, the sound of remorse and fear transmitted from within the bloody mist and burning soul light. That expert was dejected and scared. He knew he was done for. Not to mention you. Even the person behind you can't come out. Only those things at the end of reincarnation will make people feel restraining fear and alert. The enormous black beast spoke. The bell waves shook, and the reincarnation path that extended out broke apart inch by inch. Then, it loudly exploded and was completely destroyed. This was truly too terrifying. That was an ancient path that extended out from a mysterious place. Since ancient times, who could destroy it? However, the corpse of the man on the damaged bell didn't move. The weapon that had followed him in battle in the past rang out lightly, and its bell waves blasted apart the ancient path. The expert on the ancient path died miserably. His blood and soul were completely erased by the bell waves, not leaving behind a single drop. This was extremely terrifying. This person was related to the power on the reincarnation path, but now he couldn't even reincarnate after dying miserably. However, right at this moment, a sphere of mist appeared where the reincarnation path was destroyed. It was extremely strange, and a pitch-black hole appeared, revealing a tattered banner. This was a damaged artifact that looked like a soul-summoning banner. It was extremely old, and the damage was severe. There was only a small segment left, and it was entirely pitch-black, as if it came from the depths of hell. It carried a boundless cold aura, eerie and terrifying. What? It's this thing? It actually came out again. At this time, the enormous black beast in the collapsed world was extremely shocked. It was nervous, clearly recognizing that tattered pitch-black soul-summoning banner. Dang! At this moment, the damaged bell shook again. Bell waves swept out, many times more violent than before. In the end, the bell waves and the soul-summoning banner silently collided. They were annihilated where they were, blasting open a shocking hole. The scene was too terrifying. At this time, not to mention other creatures, even if a heavenly deity or a great figure entered, they would probably be instantly evaporated, becoming the dust of history. However, this attack didn't spread. It all happened in front of the soul-summoning banner, and then it completely disappeared. In the end, the black and damaged soul-summoning banner entered the black hole, directly disappearing. The world returned to its original brightness. There seems to be something in the depths of the road of reincarnation. Back then, the Forerunner carved words on this road to warn the later generations. Indeed, they all came true. The enormous black beast spoke. Back then, the Forerunner sat in a bronze coffin and crossed the sea alone. However, he suspected that there was something else in the depths of the road of reincarnation. He had searched and searched, but he couldn't find anything. The enormous black beast and its master, as well as several heavenly emperors, had also entered the depths of the road of reincarnation to fight. However, in the end, they only found some clues when they reached the Spirit River. That pitch-black soul-summoning banner was perhaps only the tip of the iceberg. Forget it. The heavens have already gone to war, and the high heavens immortals have been killed. What kind of enemies haven't I seen? What kind of opponents haven't I fought? Moreover, this is ultimately not our era. If there are any changes, I can't care so much. Following that, the enormous black beast was in extreme pain. Its eyes dimmed, and its old vision blurred. Looking at the man's corpse on the broken bell, it felt a wave of heartache and sorrow. Could he still be saved? That was an emperor's fate. Even a three-life medicine might not necessarily succeed. Moreover, just now, when the broken bell vibrated, it smelled a rotting odor, causing its heart to be greatly grieved and incomparably uncomfortable. In the past, how majestic was that person? He was unrivaled under the heavens, his entire life shining brilliantly. Who would have thought that he would fall and die in the final battle? Even his corpse had rotted away. This was simply unimaginable. In its impression, that man was incomparable and would never die. He would always stand at the highest point of the world, an unsurpassable monument. However, reality was extremely cruel. The golden generation of the past withered away just like that. Several heavenly emperors were parted in life and death. In reality, the outside world was already in an uproar. The entire world was shaken, trembling, and great earthquakes were happening everywhere. Many people saw a group of reincarnators being crushed to death like ants, turning into ashes. The person leading them also directly exploded. Even the road of reincarnation was broken and destroyed. What kind of power was this? Since ancient times, there were several existences that shook the great eras. This should be one of them, right? Someone guessed. Meanwhile, a few extremely ancient existences, when they were roused awake, their lips trembling, silently muttering a name. Then they trembled endlessly. There were some who reminisced about that era, feeling sorrow for the owner of the broken bell. There were also some who were scared, terrified. When that man was alive, he had previously made the heavens tremble. At the scene, Chu Feng saw everything clearly, feeling deeply moved. Even though he was dead, this person still had such power. It really was too terrifying, truly heaven-defying. This was breaking the road of reincarnation. It was caused by the broken bells ringing. In this life, I will save you. The giant black beast shouted loudly. Even though it was extremely weak right now, it raised its spirit, straightening its stooped back. It didn't hesitate to sacrifice itself to try and save that man. So, no one stopped it. It finally brought the 3-life medicine before its eyes. With a pung sound, it threw the small black wooden spear into the medicine furnace. Inside, there were all types of exceptional medicinal ingredients and ores, all of them already starting to boil. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. This was a furnace of great medicine that could change the fate of the most powerful. These materials might not even be enough for a second furnace. If it wasn't for several heavenly emperors roaming the endless realms in the past, they wouldn't have been able to gather this type of great medicine. Chu Feng watched impatiently. Through the projection, he could see that giant black beast's every movement. His small black wooden spear completely became a medicinal ingredient. It truly was a pity. He released a light sigh inside. This was the weapon he used to protect himself. Where is he? Where did he go? I still wanted to see the true appearance of the one who provided the 3-life medicine. The giant black beast refined the medicine while activating a wave of strange fiery light. At the same time, it searched for Chu Feng. Then, it opened its mouth and said, "Come out. I believe that you are definitely nearby. If you don't come out, I will dig 3 feet into the ground, have the forgers search inch by inch." Chu Feng was speechless. He really was here. The stone jar he was hiding in was extremely heaven-defying. Even the giant black beast's divine senses blocked outside. However, the shape of this stone jar was too special. If the forgers really dug into the ground, they could indeed find him. Seeing the forgers move, Chu Feng was helpless. In the end, he appeared on the surface and put away the stone jar immediately. "My eyesight is a bit blurry recently. I can't see clearly. Come closer." The giant black beast stared at Chu Feng. The more it stared, the stranger its expression became. At the same time, it threatened Chu Feng to quickly reveal his true appearance and let it see clearly. "You might as well just come over here." In the end, it was forced to use its own methods to carve spatial runes and use teleportation techniques to bring Chu Feng to its own location. Moreover, it acted swiftly and decisively, directly putting its plan into action. Where is this? The next moment, Chu Feng was bewildered. He was inexplicably transported to a dusky space. It was definitely not the world where the giant black beast was. I haven't made a move in a long time. I'm a bit rusty. Don't worry, you will appear in front of me in the next moment. After all, I was a peerless formation emperor back then. The giant black beast said. Then it made its move again. But the next moment, Chu Feng was stunned. He found himself in a hazy world of mist. He felt that he was even further away from the giant black beast. He could still see its projection, but the two seemed to be separated by billions of miles of space and time. Where is this? A mistake. Why is there so much deviation? My old habit is acting up again. At the critical moment, there's a problem with the transportation technique. It's going in the opposite direction. The giant black beast muttered to itself. It did not realize its mistake at all. Once again, it began to fiddle around, wanting to bring Chu Feng before it. However, in the next moment, Chu Feng was speechless. This time, it was even more ridiculous. The giant black beast projection became more and more blurry. It was almost impossible to see it clearly. Evidently, the distance between the two was increasing. Deity, Emperor, where are you sending me? Quiet. The giant black beast was impatient. In fact, it was blushing to hide its embarrassment. It had made a mistake again. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng disappeared once again and appeared in an ineffable ancient land. He was on the verge of tears. This black beast was too unreliable. If this went on, he would definitely be teleported away. At that time, how was he going to return? Was he going to wander alone in the boundless, desolate, and destroyed universe? My formations have long been invincible. This emperor is #1 in heaven and earth. How could I make a mistake? The giant black beast spoke. It was a little unconvinced and tried to hide its embarrassment. Next, after 2 more teleportations, Chu Feng's face turned pale. He found that he was about to lose the last connection with his original coordinates. He really had no idea where he was going. Why don't you wait there first? Let me save the celestial emperor first. The giant black beast finally gave up. It left Chu Feng alone in the dark and unknown land of death in the dark universe and began to concentrate on refining medicine. Chu Feng's face alternated between green and white. He really didn't know whether he should rejoice that it had finally stopped or cry. What was this? He was inexplicably exiled to a foreign land? After an unknown period of time, he saw the vague projection of the black beast. It had finished concocting the medicine and was trembling as it walked towards the corpse of the man lying on the broken bell. The black beast stood up like a human, but its back was severely hunched. It held the medicine furnace and was about to save the man. It wanted to sacrifice itself in exchange for the resurrection of this man. However, it didn't know if this man could truly come back to life after its death. Dong! As it approached, the broken bell rang. It was extremely grand, but there was no hostility. Clearly, it was very familiar with the giant black beast. It was like an old friend greeting it. Moreover, it once again shook the heavens and earth. Even though Chu Feng was far away, he could still hear the bell waves. At this time, he felt that time was boundless, without beginning and without end. That man's great Tao was unfathomable and boundlessly grand. It was simply too terrifying. You must resurrect. I will bring you back in this life. The giant black beast's voice was trembling. Its body was trembling out of fear of failure. It supported the man up with difficulty and poured great medicine into his mouth. If it was anyone else, there was no way they could approach this man. Even if they died, they would still be blasted into pieces by his aura. However, this giant black beast was raised by him. It was contaminated with his aura, so it wouldn't be attacked or destroyed. I beg you, you must resurrect me. It was sobbing as it prayed and mumbled. Muddy old tears rolled down. Chapter 13:21. The giant black beast glanced at the direction where Chu Feng disappeared and mumbled to itself. My eyes are blurry from old age. I can't see clearly anymore. I'll send you a bit further away to leave behind some hope that isn't really hope. You seem a bit strange, so I'll leave behind some hope before I die. Then it lowered its head and looked at this familiar yet majestic man who had been silent for countless eras. At that moment, it almost shed tears again. The man who had once dominated the heavens and earth. How could he fall to such a state? This made its heart sour and filled it with endless sorrow. I beg you, open your eyes and reappear in this world. How many difficult years, how many darkest moments, we've been through them all. I beg you, you must come back to life. The giant black beast was trembling, its lips trembling. It was terrified, worried that the worst would happen. After experiencing countless eras, it finally managed to gather this cauldron of great medicine. All of its blood, sweat, and tears were about to be verified at this moment. The medicinal fragrance was very special, causing even the void to tremble. This was no longer an ordinary medicinal herb. It was as if it was refining the Tao, fighting against the heavens for its life. The heavens and earth were trembling and rumbling. The middle-aged man's hair was disheveled. The bloodstains on his body had long dried up. He finally faced all living beings, yet he had died without a trace of vitality. Moreover, there was a strong smell of decay on his body. It was hard to imagine how the corpse of a heavenly monarch could rot, to the point of being erased from this world. The battle back then was unfathomable. Everything he had experienced had surpassed the limits of what a cultivator could face. Even though he was revered as a heavenly monarch, it was still not enough. He still fell to this state. In that darkest moment, in that despairing era, he blocked the way, paying a terrifying price as a result. The man who had once dominated the heavens, the one who had risen to the peak at the end of the great Tao, yet his final outcome was so cruel. The giant black beast fed him medicine. A special medicinal fragrance spread, resonating with the heavens and earth. Then, the world trembled, and a special life domain appeared in this region. If it was an ordinary creature, they would be able to preserve their damaged body after death and directly be reborn, reappearing in this world. But now, the Emperor horoscope was being fought over. It was too difficult. With a boom, this special region exploded. Even the sky was shattered. You have to succeed and come back to life. The enormous black beast was anxious and scared. Its muddy old eyes were full of fear, worried that it would fail. The fragrance of the medicinal liquid actually became faint, and it was difficult to drink it down. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that a mouthful of stinky black blood flowed out of the man's mouth. It was this mouthful of pus and blood that diluted the medicinal fragrance, annihilating the essence of the medicine, causing it to become dim and finally emit a fishy smell. No, the giant black beast was terrified. Its old eyes were filled with unwillingness and horror. For a moment, its eyes were lifeless, and it was extremely afraid. How can this be? You have to come back to life. Many people are waiting for you to reappear in this world. Even though the people of our era have all died and passed away in meditation, many people still hope that you can come back to life. The giant black beast waited for the black-red, putrid blood to flow out of its mouth before it gulped down the liquid again. After a few mouthfuls, a unique fragrance finally wafted out. The putrid smell on the man's body was slightly fainter, which made the beast tremble in excitement. This cauldron of medicine was indeed effective. Meanwhile, in the dim sky above, another explosion occurred. The cauldron of medicine affected the vitality of the heavens and earth. A huge and blurry life magnetic field spun. It was unknown who it was fighting against, but it was trying to reunite with the man from back then. It's working. It will definitely succeed. The giant black beast became even more determined, hoping that the man would wake up, open his eyes, and return to this world. At this moment, an endless rain of light sprinkled down from the cauldron of medicinal liquid, enveloping this place. As the giant black beast continued to pour the medicine into the man's mouth, the fragrance gradually became stronger. The putrid smell was covered up, and the vitality of this place became a lot stronger. At the same time, it was extremely terrifying. Thunder rumbled endlessly in the sky, as if the heavens and earth were being penetrated, as if something was about to descend. Come back. You were previously unmatched. Even the end of death couldn't trap you. I believe that you didn't truly leave. You are still here, only sleeping. You will definitely wake up. Chilly winds roared angrily, and countless irregular scenes appeared. It was as if a great era, an entire history of the past, was crushing down from beyond the heavens. All types of scenes appeared, too terrifying. In addition, a rain of blood immediately poured down. Darkness descended, rushing towards that middle-aged man. The giant black beast poured medicine into his mouth. Its eyes carried fear, worry, and even more despair. It continuously roared out the word revive. In that instant, the world became extremely dark. Only a hazy light shone around this man. That was a cauldron of great medicine that was releasing an unimaginable vitality. This cauldron seemed to contain the life aura of an entire realm. This moment has finally arrived. In this life, I will save you and return your kindness. The giant black beast's voice was trembling. Having reached this step, it wanted to fulfill its own oath. Even if it had to die, it still wanted to try and carry out its final effort. It wanted to burn its own soul light and condense all of that man's imprints and aura that it was contaminated with throughout its life. It wanted to return it to him and use this cauldron of great medicine to revive him. At this time, its dim old eyes released bits of divine radiance. It turned around and looked in the direction Chu Feng disappeared into. Stay far away from this place. I hope I didn't see wrongly in my absent-minded state. Now, no one wants to see my final appearance. I want to quietly go on my way alone. It spoke softly. It was a bit sad and desolate. It was previously domineering and glorious, overlooking all races, but now it was already past its prime. For the sake of saving this man, it didn't hesitate to pay any price. Chu Feng vaguely felt as if there was a pair of eyes without any vitality looking in this direction from millions and millions of li away. Ignite my soul light, illuminate the ancient path of fallen emperor, and bring you back. At this moment, the giant black beast took action. Flames emerged from its body from the inside out. That was soul light being ignited, faintly pulsing, illuminating its face that had long become incredibly old. Right now, it didn't feel any pain, only calmness. It thought of too many things. Back then, just how high-spirited and vigorous were they? In an age where immortal ascension was impossible, they defied the heavens, walking on the path of long life. In that age, their sects all succeeded, slaughtering their way into immortal domain. From then on, they advanced triumphantly. At that time, it was powerful to the extreme. There were enemies who wanted to subdue it, but in the end, it instead took in a group of human pets, carrying a palanquin, serving at its side. In that age, it was extremely domineering, never willing to yield. When it was forced into a corner, it even dared to bite its own people, even daring to bite the celestial emperor. It similarly chased after them all over the world. When it recalled these things, it cracked open its large mouth, silently laughing. Then it cried again. Those beautiful times of youth, those times that made one reminisce about them, the glory that belonged to them, the brilliance that belonged to them, they were also finally buried in the passage of time. The golden generation came to an end. This was completely unimaginable in the past. No one would believe that they were all withering away on their own, each leaving with the passage of time, that there would be a day when they would disappear. Everyone believed that they were destined to be eternal, that they couldn't be surpassed. Even the immortals of the heavens were killed, so who else could do anything to them? When it thought about those cheers and laughter, thought about yesterday's brilliance, its face carried a peaceful smile. It became more and more calm, not feeling the slightest bit of sadness of dying or passing away. However, even though it was brilliant in this life, there were also regrets. In the end, it couldn't personally watch the male before it revived, so it could only go on its way first. At the same time, it also thought about some old events of the past, those sad, tearful past. The white-clothed divine kings and unyielding emperors, they had long gone on their way. There were also the children it liked, the ones it nurtured. They grew up, but what were their endings? Among them, there were the heirs of the celestial emperor, those with great Yin and great Yang bloodlines, natural-born holy children, flawless Tao, cores. All of these were things it placed high hopes on, watching them grow up. In the end, it didn't disappoint its expectations. These people all able to stand on their own, dazzling the world. However, before the final battle, these people's paths were also cut short. There were some who shed blood, some who wandered about in foreign lands, their final endings unknown. There were some who perhaps were destined to never appear in this world again, completely withered away and died. When it thought of these things, it wanted to cry inwardly. Those were its children, the next generation's leaders that were carefully nurtured. However, there were people who survived. They will find you all in the end, bring you all back into this world. In the end, there is still hope within its sadness. Since it existed since the ancient times, it believed that if the brilliant ancient empress crossed the bridge of life and death, she would also be able to bring those people back. Burn my true soul, according to your path, bring you home. In the calm, in the final scene of a person about to die, the enormous black beast muttered to itself, wishing to bring that person back. Under the fiery light, its aged face was extremely clear. Even though it looked calm, how could it truly be willing? It didn't fear life and death, but in the end, it still couldn't see those old friends again. Even though times changed, even the most powerful existences would pass away one day, no one able to last long, gradually fading into the distance, disappearing from this world. However, it still felt sad for those people. It wasn't for itself. It only wanted to see the continuation of their glory. Raging flames burned. Even though what was burning was soul fire, its physical body was also withering and declining. Its body became more and more crooked as it rapidly aged and was about to pass away. At this moment, the outside world was already in a state of chaos. Not long ago, after the peerless sword radiance slashed out from the first mountain, the sound of that person's bell rang out again. It truly shook every region of the Yang realm. Everyone felt as if they were being baptized by the sound of a great golden bell, as if they were being purified. All of their ears were ringing and their soul light violently trembled. The creatures that had lived for the longest time were all whispering softly, all of them very shocked. There were also some who were sentimental. Those were the crippled old soldiers who knew the truth. It was impossible for them to have complete limbs in this lifetime because they were killed by the great Tao. Old soldiers don't die. They only gradually wither away. Someone muttered to himself. After he heard the sound of the bell, he came back to his senses. His face was already full of tears, and such a person was trembling as he said, "Our essence, chi, and spirit will always exist, but we don't know if we can still wait until the day you reappear in this world. There aren't many people left from our era." At this moment, in the dusky world, that enormous black beast was offering sacrifices and burning its own true soul. It had already reached the final juncture. At this moment, its face was also full of tears, and its mouth was chanting an ancient war song. It was as if it had returned to the era when they shook the world and the people of the golden generation had reappeared. In the end, its eyes slowly dimmed, and its lips stopped moving. Its entire head gradually drooped down. It tried its best to raise its head and take one last look at that man, but it failed. It was old and decayed to the point where it didn't have a shred of strength left. It couldn't move anymore and was about to pass away forever. It knew that the instant it closed its eyes, it would never appear again. No one could save it because its soul had been completely burned away. At this moment, that man suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly raised his head, and in a split second, heaven and earth collapsed. The wind and clouds lost their color, and a torrential rain of blood flowed in reverse. The sun and moon lost their light. The firmament exploded into pieces, and the earth caved in. But his eyes were still so cold and emotionless. They emitted two terrifying and emotionless ice-cold beams of light that made even the heavens tremble. Also, continue writing. Please remember this book's domain name. Third Sect Masters Mobile Version. Chapter 1322. Heaven and earth exploded as if the end of the world was coming. The sky dome collapsed, the thick great earth caving in, as if they reached the limits of the cosmos, arriving at the end of time. Everything was going to be destroyed, no longer existing. All of this was because of this man's revival. He opened his eyes. His pupils were so demonic, as if they could destroy all living things in the world. As soon as he opened his eyes, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. Chilly winds howled angrily, and a rain of blood poured down from the heavens. Heaven and earth darkened. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if a matchless demon had revived, wishing to slaughter all life and throw the past, present, and future into chaos. The giant black beast's heart palpitated, and then it trembled, because that pair of eyes blossomed with ice-cold light, that kind of ruthlessness. It was definitely not the Sky Emperor was familiar with. It was like another soul. However, right now, it didn't have much strength left, its head hanging down, unable to raise its head to look. It could only feel a bone-chilling coldness. That gaze looked towards it. The black beast was in despair. It was trying its best to survive, trying to hold on for a moment longer, just to see the person it admired and was familiar with. But now, who did it save? This was not its great emperor. There was great hatred in its heart. The truth was actually so cold and cruel. Could it be that it summoned the opponent's remnant soul and borrowed the celestial emperor's body to return to the sun? Or could it be that this living being that was filled with malice, a tyrannical aura, and a boundless killing power had originally resided in the heavenly emperor body? Now that it had the chance, it had awakened and fully revived. The enormous black beast wanted to cry out, but its throat was dry and withered. It couldn't even release the weakest sound. Its soul was on the verge of exhaustion, and only a tiny bit was left. It was filled with hatred. How many eras had it done so many people to gather this great medicine? Yet in the end, it didn't save the person it wanted to save, but instead revived the enemy. Darkness surrounded the great earth. The darkest hour arrived. A rain of blood poured down, flying into the sky. This was extremely terrifying, rushing out from underground. In addition, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Blood-colored lightning interweaved streak after streak in the darkness, pouring down in torrents. This was extremely horrifying. For a moment, the corpses of former enemies and some ancient people whose memories were blurred actually appeared in the dark blood-colored lightning, floating in the dark sky. It was as if he had descended from the heavens and appeared here. The black beast struggled to hold on, not letting the last bit of its life force go out. When it saw these creatures and the strange phenomenon, its eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Many of them were enemies. What had it done? He saved his enemy, but attracted the remnant souls of his enemies? No, it could only roar out a single word like this. When it reached the outside world, it was extremely weak, almost inaudible. It couldn't endure this. This was an unendurable conclusion. The middle-aged man in front of it was cold and emotionless, but he did not attack it. He only looked at it coldly. Boundless black mist appeared. This middle-aged man was like an unrivaled demon lord that descended into this world, just too terrifying. When his mouth and nose moved, the aura he exhaled made the sky dome explode. No. Could this be the legendary darkness awakening? No. The black beast cried out weakly. It was extremely angry, extremely hateful, and terrified. It was incomparably regretful. If that was the case, it would have been better not to save this Heaven Emperor. Could it be that by doing this, it caused the Sky Emperor to turn dark, the opposing side appearing in this world? That would be extremely terrifying, and its lethality would be extremely shocking. This was especially the case if it encountered an old friend, not understanding the situation. Even if the other 2 or 3 Heaven Emperors revived, they might still encounter misfortune, die miserably under its hands. At this moment, in the extremely distant, unknown, ruined cosmos, Chu Feng felt a wave of uneasiness. It was because that giant black beast projection had just become dim. Moreover, it was just that sudden, directly disappearing. Were they going to leave him here and let him fend for himself? However, this place seemed to have some sort of secret. It was extremely strange. While looking at the star graveyard and the boundless giant remains at the limits of the dusky cosmos, he felt that some type of ancient history was recorded here. It was worth flipping through. However, being thrown into the foreign realm like this still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was especially the case when he always felt that there was a mysterious fluctuation in that projected world. It surged over again, actually making his scalp go numb. What was currently happening there? His imagination ran wild, a wave of suspicions emerging. At this time, in the dark world, the blood-colored lightning became more and more terrifying, as if it hacked down from an uncivilized era, streaking across endless time and space. interweaving into this world. That man's hair was disheveled, already standing at the side of the broken bell. His eyes became more and more terrifying. Each time he turned his head and changed direction, his gaze would penetrate the void. His every movement affected heaven and earth, time and space. Countless corpses appeared in midair, rising and falling here, as if following his lead. "Great Emperor, where are you?" the giant black beast called out. It was about to die, after burning its own soul light, struggling until this moment could already be considered a miracle. It just didn't want to leave this world, wanting to see one more time. Only, it didn't expect that the one it waited for wasn't someone it was familiar with, but an enemy. Perhaps it might also be a man turned dark. This middle-aged man coldly and emotionlessly lowered his head to look at it. Then he slowly raised a hand, about to grab it, cold and emotionless, his killing intent boundless. Dang! At this moment, the broken bell moved, rumbling on its own. A bell wave was incomparably dazzling, as if it could rewrite heaven's will, sever the past and present. The bell wave turned into ripples, striking into the man's body. He suddenly trembled, and in a split second, his movement stiffened. Moreover, a gentle bell wave also rushed into the giant black beast's body, prolonging its life. At this moment, the black beast's remnant soul fire that was about to be extinguished temporarily stopped, preserving its last breath. Moreover, it raised its head with difficulty and looked at that man. What kind of person was this? His eyes actually carried a deep purple color, deep and sinister and terrifying. It's not darkness. It shouldn't be dark transformation, but there's still a big problem. It trembled because apart from dark energy and dark matter, there were other things. Back then, they encountered too many strange things. Dang! The broken bell shook again, and the blood-colored lightning that filled the sky collapsed. The boundless darkness was also torn apart, and the bell wave cleansed the world. And the most astonishing thing was that the deep purple color in this middle-aged man's eyes was receding, and his body was violently swaying, as if his corporeal body was resisting something. There was clearly still a wave of decaying aura that hadn't completely recovered, but this body seemed to have a spirit, resisting, blocking something. The broken bell shook again, and, at the final moment, it even turned into a streak of light, connecting with that middle-aged man. The two merged together, continuously rumbling. At this time, the middle-aged man retracted the large hand that reached out, not taking the last bit of the giant black beast's remnant soul. Moreover, he slowly raised his hand, grabbing towards his own heart. A wave of black blood flowed out, and then an expanse of purple blood carrying blue light splashed out. Chi! A wave of heaven destroying and earth annihilating aura appeared. The heavens exploded, all because of this middle-aged man's movements. His body seemed to have a type of instinct obliterating something that didn't belong to him. In that instant, that hand shone. Was this the reappearance of the past divine might? When the giant black beast saw this, hot tears tumbled down, as if it returned to those glorious times. The pale white palm suddenly shook, and a terrifying wave of green smoke came out from the man's body, accompanied by a strange and terrifying cry. It was as if a creature had fallen. Something had been obliterated and obliterated. In the end, this man slowly fell down again. With his back towards the giant black beast, he lay down on the broken bell that was gradually calming down. A wave of decaying aura spread out once more. The fragrance that came from the middle-aged man's body after absorbing the three-life medicine completely disappeared. The giant black beast was in great grief. It knew that it had failed this time, and it couldn't save this middle-aged man. But soon, a strand of hope appeared in its despair, and it spoke with a trembling voice. In the past, it was recorded that the body and soul are equally important. The body might also have some type of primitive instinct that can replace the soul and control the true self. Just now, did you return? However, no one responded to it. At this time, it really couldn't hold on anymore. The life force that the broken bell gave it was disappearing, and the remaining soul light was fading away. However, the broken bell shook again, and that man's body was also trembling. It was unknown whether it was the bell's waves or if he was moving on his own. At the same time, the broken bell shone and resonated with that man. Both of them were trembling, and it was hard to say whether it was this weapon of the past that was moving or that man's corpse was pulsating on its own. In the end, the bell rang in a long and drawn-out manner. That man's body soared with flames as if he was tempering something. A drop of liquid slowly floated up. My aura? My soul, light, energy? The giant black beast was so shocked before its death that it murmured softly with a trembling voice. That drop of liquid silently entered its mouth and disappeared within its body. It felt its own burning soul light and the source matter that it had smelted out return. Not only that, but there was also a drop of medicinal liquid that entered its body, nourishing its body that had long withered and was about to turn into dust. That was the three-life medicine. It had already poured it into this man's mouth, and it was worried that the amount of medicine wasn't enough. But now, it actually returned some to it. Is that you? The broken bell still has a spirit, and you're helping me? The giant black beast was saved at the final juncture on the verge of death. It looked at the broken bell suspiciously. After a soft chime, the broken bell fell silent. However, the giant black beast realized that the man's corpse had actually moved a few times. "Monarch!" it yelled, and tears streamed down its face. It felt that the monarch horoscope had returned. "It's you. You must have returned. But why haven't you awakened yet? Come back to life." It shook the body that was emitting a rotten aura. "You saved me, so you didn't let me die like this." Or could it be that this is just your body's instincts protecting me again? The giant black beast cried. It knew that no matter what, it had failed this time. This man couldn't truly return to the world. However, at the moment of despair, its heart was also filled with great waves. The monarch horoscope seemed to have reappeared, or perhaps this body still contained the instinct of a monarch. This was hope. It firmly believed that one day, this man would reappear and return. This is only the three-life medicine, not the three-life monarch medicine. It seems like the age and the material are not enough this time. I must find the three-life monarch medicine. Upon saying this, it rose to its feet and projected its voice into the dilapidated universe where Chu Feng was at. "I'll give you a mission. Otherwise, I'll curse you for the rest of your life." Chu Feng was in the middle of searching and exploring when he heard the voice. He raised his head and saw that the black beast had appeared once again. It had become clear. However, what was it saying? It was giving him a mission, or else it would curse him. What the hell? This unlucky black beast was asking him to do some work, and it was threatening him like that. "Why should I?" he mumbled. "If you don't do it, you'll suffer." The giant black beast revealed a mouthful of incomplete yet white teeth. "Are you a dog, turning against me just like that?" Chu Feng wanted to say that, but he was shocked to discover that it was actually a giant black dog after taking a closer look. Following this, he shut his mouth. "First, find me the three-life monarch medicine." "First, was there a second one?" Chu Feng looked at it from the corner of his eyes and said in a low voice, Thank you for reminding me. There's indeed a second one." The giant black dog shook its head and said with its paws behind its back, "F***CK." Chu Feng cursed silently and wanted a curse. "I'll give you a clue. Go find a female monarch." At this moment, the giant black dog was extremely solemn, as if he was talking about a major event that could change the history of this world. Suddenly, the giant black dog felt that the man beside him seemed to move again. What was going on? Was there a strange change? Its hair stood on end. Then, it immediately activated a certain spatial coordinate and vaguely saw an ancient bronze coffin floating in the air. "Suppress evil," it exclaimed softly, and then shouted loudly. Chapter 1323. The large black dog was scared now, worried that the middle-aged man beside him would turn into a corpse. Because he had moved again just now, he decisively opened up a mysterious space and vaguely saw a copper coffin there. Actually, that was only the final imprint of the copper coffin. It had already materialized and appeared, suppressing in the depths of that vast, dark, and cold universe. Back then, the copper coffin had gone far away, its starting point unknown, its destination unknown, floating alone. Now, the large black dog directly opened up this space and was about to bring the middle-aged man in. "Wait, send me back," Chu Feng shouted. He saw the copper coffin, and that projection and aura shocked him. Chu Feng felt that it was familiar. In the spiritual imprint number 9 showed him, there was this coffin, and there was a person buried in it, his starting point unknown, his destination unknown, his aimless journey. "Did you agree to those 2 conditions?" the giant black beast asked. Chu Feng really wanted to beat the dog. Being able to obtain the small black wooden spear was completely an accident. Where was he going to find a higher quality 3 lives Emperor medicine now? Moreover, who was that empress? He had never seen her, nor had he heard of her before. That kind of medicine must be in the most dangerous place in the world. The 3 lives Emperor medicine, rising to become an emperor medicine, must have something to do with the era before the fall of emperors. If there really is one, it must be in that most demonic place. Only then can it survive, the giant black beast deduced. Chu Feng cursed. Everyone would take a detour in this kind of place, and he was still asked to gather medicine? Moreover, even a creature on the level of the giant black beast was wary of it. If it spoke like this, there was no doubt that it was a place of certain death. What a pity. Back then, we once fought our way into reincarnation, slaughtering our way to the dark and muddy Soul River, thinking that we had reached the end. Now, it seems that there is still a hidden path ahead, and it is not the end. Perhaps there are clues and records of the secrets before the fall of emperors there. It shook its head, feeling extremely regretful. Back then, they must have been very close to the end, but in the end, they did not reach it. Chu Feng's face instantly turned green. Was this dog crazy? Where was he supposed to find medicine? That stealthy individual had previously engraved words in the depths of reincarnation, leaving behind a message for those of the later generations, warning everyone to be vigilant, that there might be changes at the limits of reincarnation. The words weren't false after all. The enormous black beast was thinking to itself, currently thinking about something. Back then, they slaughtered their way into the terrifying Soul River, continuously advancing. On a certain reef, they had seen some words carved, the words of warning from that person. Unfortunately, that person only suspected it. Back then, he hurried on his way and didn't find any evidence. The large black dog's hair stood on end. He was fully aware of how powerful that being was. That being sat on the copper coffin and watched as the entire universe was dyed in blood. How powerful had he been before he left? However, even that person was negligent at that time and did not capture the strangeness of the extreme transformations of samsara. The black giant beast seriously suspected that there was something formidable and terrifying left behind before the age of Emperor collapse. Its level was too high, or else how could that predecessor not have found it? Of course, that person must have sensed something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have warned others. Even he felt that the problem might be serious and left a message to warn us. How scary is that? It's a pity that he has an even more important mission and can't travel far. The large black dog pondered, thinking of many things. Because according to the rumors, the so-called reincarnation was dug up by that person, opened up from the ruins before the age of Emperor collapse. Back then, that person was too pitiful and miserable. He sacrificed his son and his elder brother, and a group of old friends withered away. Only a few old soldiers followed behind him, but in the end, they all passed away as well. There were almost no more familiar people in the universe. For the sake of resurrection, for the sake of seeing those people again, he had to perform reincarnation. In the end, he found clues from the era before the age of Emperor collapse. However, the people who were resurrected, the living beings that he found, were they still those old friends? Were they still the people that predecessor truly wanted to see again? Because there was a paradox. If you believed in reincarnation, then you could indeed believe in those who were reincarnated. However, if you didn't believe, were the people that you found really them? The middle-aged man beside the black giant beast had once had an intense argument with another celestial emperor and had once had a serious discussion with the female empress. This was complicated and terrifying, and there was a great horror that was difficult to understand and imagine. If you didn't believe in reincarnation, if you didn't seek proof of those most terrifying things, and only tried to understand and explain reincarnation from the neutral side, the consequences would also be very heavy. Some people believe that even if you were peerless, unparalleled, invincible in the heavens and earth, if you performed reincarnation again and established a pure land again, the person that you found might only carry the memories of the past, and the original body had actually changed. This was like copying, reinscribing information into that body. However, was that really the person from back then? Did that predecessor believe in reincarnation? Perhaps he understood even more deeply. He knew everything, but he still had no complaints or regrets. He just wanted to see those familiar faces again, wanted to see those voices and smiles again, because he was too lonely and desolate by himself. However, he should have understood everything. So after ascending to the heavens, he once again sat in the copper coffin and crossed the seas, bathed in the blood of his ancestors, traversed all the broken paths, and went on a killing expedition. No wonder the back view he left behind was so lonely. The black giant beast muttered. However, it thought of another theory. He didn't believe in reincarnation, but he could firmly believe in his own strength, and in the end, he would be able to gather everything again. The body that had fallen apart, the time that had passed, and the soul light that had been burned and destroyed throughout the ages. Perhaps they could all be truly gathered again. The black giant beast shook its head, no longer thinking about that predecessor's past. The three lives emperor medicine might also be under the floating earth of the four extremes, which is also the soil for its survival. In the past, we also killed our way there, but unfortunately, now that I think about it, I feel especially regretful. There should be another world below, and there should be a final barrier, an unknown secret land. The large black dog reflected here. It seriously suspected that these places all had terrifying oddities in the past, and they hadn't explored to the end. However, now, they were powerless to fight. They had long died, and those that had withered away. And even in the past, they had expended too much energy and paid an extremely heavy price. Even the celestial emperor's blood had splashed everywhere. Suddenly, Chu Feng spoke and said, "The heavens can't bury them. Bury them in the floating earth of the four extremes. Cut down the yin and yang firewood, draw the flames of the great sky, and absorb the flames of the ancient universe, and burn them." You really do know some strange things. You've even heard of this kind of anecdote before? In the past, it and the few celestial emperors had also gone there because of this saying, wanting to investigate the oddities and dig out something. However, in the end, after a bitter battle and a bloody battle, they still hadn't found what they wanted to investigate. Looking at it now, it was too regretful. They had most likely been close at hand, but they had missed it. The large black dog was regretting. Back then, if they had persevered a little longer and searched more carefully, perhaps they would have been able to kill their way into another secret land. Sometimes, there was clearly a thin line between the truth and the truth, yet they would inadvertently miss it. The large black dog reflected. There seemed to be several places in succession, such as the source of the Soul River, the lower lands of the floating earth of the four extremes, and so on. They seemed to all have their own final barriers, and only now did they notice these signs. Back then, they hadn't been able to uncover them, and they had already retreated. Of course, if they really wanted to uncover them and charge in, perhaps it would be exceptionally bitter, and they would definitely be drenched in blood. After all, that predecessor from the past had been negligent, and hadn't even noticed that there were remnants of things from before the Emperor collapsed lying dormant. Every time he thought about it, the huge black dog couldn't help but shiver. What exactly was it that was hiding in those extremely sinister places, and what was its goal? Every time he thought about how the reincarnation road had actually already existed before the Emperor collapse era, the large black dog's hair would stand on end. If it was naturally formed by heaven and earth, then so be it. However, if it was constructed by someone, then that would be terrifying. Perhaps the predecessor, who had sat on the copper coffin and left, had sensed some things because of this, and thus wanted to take action. Aside from that, there was also the location of the floating earth of the four extremes. Just what kind of beings were they burning? It was also extremely sinister and terrifying, and it was impossible to estimate. It was in no way inferior to the secret behind the reincarnation road. All of a sudden, the large black dog thought of many things, and he also thought very far. Chu Feng stared at his projection. He didn't expect it to answer his questions, and he just wanted it to quickly send him back. No matter how he looked at it, this place seemed like a dead universe, and it had been dried up and destroyed for who knew how many years. Have you memorized those secret lands that I mentioned just now? If there is 3 lives, Emperor medicine in this world, then it should only be in those 3 to 5 places. You have to search carefully. The large black dog bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of snow-white but incomplete canines. He was smiling, and no matter how he looked at it, it was slightly sinister. He was clearly warning Chu Feng that if he couldn't find it, he would definitely be corroded by the strongest curse in history. Chu Feng really wanted to find someone to eat a black dog meat hot pot with him. Otherwise, his whole body would feel uncomfortable. Of course, if he could beat up this hunchbacked black dog on the spot, he would also be able to vent his anger. However, he could only think about it. All of a sudden, he felt that the road ahead was boundless, and his life was gloomy. It should be understood that this dog and the so-called celestial emperor it spoke of had not fought their way to the final stage and had not uncovered the truth. Just how sinister was that strange place? How could he be allowed to challenge the stage? Was he abusing a dog or abusing a human? Chu Feng laid out the facts, reasoned, and negotiated with the huge black beast. He wasn't crazy, and he didn't think that he alone could stand shoulder to shoulder with several celestial emperors. He didn't think that he could kill his way to the final stage that no one had ever been to before. The huge black beast clasped its claws behind its back and said, "This is nothing. You have to know that we have even killed immortals of the heavens. So do you know what kind of creature this is? Its level is unimaginable, and it has long since surpassed the ordinary fallen celestial kings. Now, I'm only asking you to explore a few ancient places below the heavens. This is nothing." Chu Feng picked up its bald tail and tossed it out. It made it sound so easy, but it still hadn't explored to the end. Moreover, Chu Feng was sure that behind the cycle of reincarnation, as well as under the floating soil of the four extremes, there were definitely terrifying things that surpassed the ancients and dazzled contemporaries. Even the huge black beast and the others had not explored them. Moreover, who could be sure that the things in those places were weaker than the immortals of the heavens? When the huge black beast heard this, it also fell silent. It was rare that it didn't retort. If it was really easy to defeat them, it wouldn't have to worry. "I don't care. I'll leave it to you. This is a test for you. Who asked you to have such a strange face? What the hell? Why don't you come over and let me take a closer look? You can go. I don't need you to send me back." Chu Feng refused flatly. He was a little scared, and he really didn't dare to approach this dog. He didn't know what it wanted to do. How strange. The large black dog stared at him again and again. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. Then he shouted, "The second condition is what kind of woman you want to find. Tell me in detail, and then you can set your mind at ease and hurry on your way." When mentioning that woman, the huge black beast became solemn. Then it showered her with all kinds of praise and admiration. What was it about looking down on the past and present? What was it about unparalleled beauty? What was it about stunning time? You said it so well, but is this still a person of flesh and blood? No matter how I look at it, she's just an illusion that doesn't exist in time. Moreover, why do you want me to find this female empress? Could it be that you think I'm too stunning, and that I'm destined to walk shoulder to shoulder with her in the future, so you want me to go find her? When it heard Chu Feng's shameless words, the huge black beast was stunned for the first time. Its face was petrified, and it stood there in a daze. Its jaw was about to drop to the ground. After a long time, its jaw finally recovered with a crack. Its eyes shone with a green light, and it said, "Fine, in all these years, you're the first person who dares to say this. I'll give you a mountain and river diagram, and you can go find her yourself. Young man, I have high hopes for you. When the time comes, if you're strong enough, you can directly say it again in front of her." Looking at its green and glossy eyes, Chu Feng's hair stood on end. Although it was smiling, he could feel that its gaze was filled with malice. This dog was clearly trying to harm him. Why wouldn't I dare? There's nothing that I, Chu Zhongdi, don't dare to do. Send me your so-called mountain and river diagram. I've been waiting to go on my way this entire time. Chu Feng was stubborn like a dead duck, and he actually said this in the end. Good, good, good. The large black dog said good 3 times in a row. His face was filled with a smile, and his snow-white canine teeth were like endless malice. A mountain and river diagram, as well as a very long set of coordinates, instantly disappeared into Chu Feng's mind. All right, Chu Zhongdi, am going to go on my way. How about you give me another ride? Chu Feng asked. Sure, no problem. I'll give you a ride. Go on your way. The large black dog bared his teeth, and there was a wide smile on his face. However, no matter how he looked at it, it was slightly terrifying. Could it be that I'm hallucinating again? Now that I've shaken off my state of intense coughing, why do I feel like perhaps the number of updates will increase from tomorrow onwards? He thought in a low voice. Is this considered setting up a target and actively inviting others to beat me up? Please remember this book's domain name. Third Sect Leader's mobile version. Chapter 1324. Seeing its expression, Chu Feng felt that it was listless and had no good ideas. He immediately felt a bit scared. However, he had no choice but to let this black beast send him back. With his level of evolution, it would be very difficult for him to step out of this dead universe. You took away my Dao weapon and even boiled it into medicinal porridge. Don't you have anything to compensate me for? Chu Feng dilly-dallied to stall for time. In fact, he was guessing whether this dog would torment him or not. How refreshing. Someone actually asked this emperor for compensation. How many years has it been? There has never been such a person. The big black dog squinted its eyes at him. As it opened and closed its eyes, the glossy green light in its eyes became more and more frightening. It was staring at Chu Feng with malicious intent. Seeing this, Chu Feng immediately felt a bit guilty. He felt that something was wrong. This dog didn't look like a good guy. What did it mean? Could it be that it had never suffered losses and didn't know what compensation meant? Although he wanted to cook a pot of black dog meat, Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh dryly. Black boss, I was just joking. Let me tell you, hurry up and send me back. I'll immediately find the Emperor herb for you and pay a visit to the Empress. Chu Feng didn't want to face it. He had a feeling that interacting with it was not a good thing. The giant black beast's green eyes stared at him for a long time. In the end, it sighed and said, Forget it, I originally wanted to argue with you, but the Emperor herb is too important. I really can't offend you. You're the first person since the creation of this world to make this Emperor act like this. After hearing this, Chu Feng really wanted to beat it up. This dog wanted to rob him? What was this? Did it have a guilty conscience? It used the most ancient curse to scare him, told him to find the Emperor herb, and secretly wanted to rob him. However, he really did feel guilty. He had the stone jar and 3 seeds on him. They couldn't see the light of day and couldn't be lost. If they were taken by this dog, it would be like hitting a dog with a meat bun. Thinking of this, Chu Feng felt that it was so fitting. It was really fitting hitting a dog with a meat bun. If that really happened, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Forget it. Not only that, I'll also give you that lousy weapon and the wooden spear. As the giant black beast spoke, it stretched out a large claw and searched the medicine pot for the small black wooden spear. Chu Feng's expression was unsightly. It had already been stewed into medicinal porridge. Could it still be fished out of the pot? Let me tell you, actually, you've tricked me this time. What kind of lousy medicine is this? It doesn't have any effect at all, but it made me boil it for nothing. I've lost quite a lot of the essence of a pot of heaven and earth spiritual essence. I reckon that the remaining medicinal properties can at most be used to refine the medicine once more, and this is in addition to some of my accumulations. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I really want to slap you to death." This large black dog said fiercely, baring his large white teeth. His expression was unkind as he made a false accusation. What the F asterisk CK? Chu Feng felt that if he had a higher evolutionary level than this black beast, he would have to hold it down, beat it to death, and make it call him master. If he did not subdue it, he would not be able to appease the anger of the people. This was what Chu Feng thought. "You what? What are you mumbling about? What do you mean?" The large black dog's gaze was dark, and he stared at him again. Moreover, at this time, it really took out the small black wooden spear from the medicine pot. It actually didn't rot, and it was still the same as before. No matter what, this is 3-life medicine. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't continue wasting this precious treasure's essence, I would have to refine a furnace of 3-life, life-saving medicine for myself. It licked its mouth, a little reluctant. Then, its eyes shone with a strange light, and it said, "With my personality, after this kind of thing has passed through my hands, returning it like this is too unbecoming of me." Then, it immediately bit the small black wooden spear, and just like that, it gave it a fierce and unrestrained bite, directly moving its mouth. Chu Feng was shocked and dumbfounded. Then, he cried out loudly because this wooden spear had changed shape. This dog's mouth was too powerful. Were its teeth so sharp that it could even bite this strange black wooden spear? Chu Feng had done all kinds of experiments before. This black wooden spear was indestructible and could easily pierce through all obstacles. However, right now, his heart was even dripping blood. That large dog was tearing at him, wishing to eat a piece. This was its innately vile personality, and it could be said that it was difficult to change its personality. It was never willing to suffer losses and would think of everything. The large black dog started biting, and there was a crunching sound. Hey, this thing really is as recorded. If it is eaten alone, it will be extremely poisonous. Fortunately, I was prepared and didn't fall for it, the large black dog said resentfully. Chu Feng was completely speechless, really dumbfounded. What kind of dog was this? It was known to be extremely poisonous, and it could be very dangerous, but it still ate it. Its personality of not wanting to suffer losses and wanting to take advantage of everything made it unable to help but bite down. It refused to believe in evil and insisted on giving it a try. Towards this, Chu Feng only had one comment. It deserved it. Why didn't it poison it until half of its body was paralyzed? "I'll give you this broken thing." The large black dog tossed it over, and the black wooden spear pierced through the void. Across millions and millions of miles, it was finally teleported in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng grabbed it and quickly and carefully examined it. Instantly, the corners of his mouth twitched. There was clearly a row of teeth marks on this small black wooden spear, and they were very deep. He was filled with resentment. It was clearly a good and exquisite item, yet now it looked like it had been gnawed on by a dog. F asterisk CK. It fit the occasion again. "All right, I'll send you back," the huge black beast said. There, it was making all kinds of preparations. It was going to use its special method to open a large-scale teleportation gate. "Go," the large black dog said. A deep and serene gate appeared in front of Chu Feng, and then directly made him do a somersault, sinking uncontrollably. Rather than saying it was a gate, it was actually a pit. He lost gravity and felt the world spin as if he had suddenly been kicked down from the 33 heavens to the mortal world by someone. This time, I've been especially careful with the teleportation, so I probably won't be sent back to where I came from. Instead, I'll be teleported into that wretched land. That way, it'll be easier for me to find the medicine, and I won't die, right? The huge black beast said with a slightly guilty conscience. Then it mumbled, with such a strange face, it probably won't be a short-lived one. More importantly, it didn't evade at all. Its projection was still in the pit tunnel, and it was clearly sensed and heard by Chu Feng. In an instant, Chu Feng's vision darkened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This bastard, what was it doing? How could it do things like this? This was too shameless and detestable. Damn dog, you screw me over. Don't you want the imperial medicine anymore? I'm not going to help you find the great empress. Woof! How many years has it been since someone dared to insult me like this? You're the first one. Today, I'll let you understand why flowers are so red. Deviate from the direction, and I'll send you into that pit. This was a place where even celestial emperors would perish, and it was extremely dangerous. In the past, no one had been able to dig to the bottom of the pit. Of course, as soon as it changed the coordinates, the large black dog regretted it again. It hurriedly corrected itself, and it really didn't dare to mess around. Even now, it didn't dare to go, fearing that it would encounter a great disaster. At the same time, its body trembled. It felt the male beside it tremble slightly again, and it became more and more scared. It really didn't dare to stay here any longer. I need to use that copper coffin to suppress the evil. It brought the male beside it and the damaged bell with it, decisively fleeing, no longer paying attention to Chu Feng. I hope it's reliable this time, and there won't be a teleportation error. I'll let him directly go into the vile earth to find the medicine. It ran away. Not long after, it looked at the lifeless, dark universe. The copper coffin's imprint was so real. The giant black beast sighed softly. It didn't know where the real copper coffin had drifted to. Had it long left this realm? Duan Daking, I wonder if you found the 3-life medicine on the other path. Was the injuries of the one in the copper coffin that serious? He was heaven-warping and invincible, so he shouldn't have been like this. Does he also need the imperial medicine? It felt a wave of sadness. With a whoosh, it disappeared, bringing the middle-aged man with it into the ice-cold void. It was going to follow the traces of the copper coffin, go all the way down, and find that person. Chu Feng carried resentment and continuously cursed. He tumbled about in the wormhole and rapidly fell down. Where is this dog thing going to teleport me to? The world's fiercest place, or the most terrifying vile land since ancient times? He shouted loudly. He held the black wooden spear in his hand and grasped a handful of reincarnation soil. He was ready to release a great killing weapon at any time. Chu Feng was completely lacking confidence, and he didn't know what the road ahead was like and where exactly he was going. He encouraged himself. His voice was low, but it was incomparably solemn and serious. When he spoke there, it was sonorous and forceful. A Chu Tiendi has fallen from the sky, and I shall suppress the enemy of all ages. Then he fell out of the hole, bringing with him violent winds as he fell head first. Confucius said. Chu Feng cursed. This place was still quite high from the ground, and with his current cultivation realm, he still couldn't fly in the Yang realm. Was he going to fall to his death? If he really did fall to his death, it would be too funny. It would be too shameful, and he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Chu Feng hurriedly fluttered about, taking out the treasured fan made from bird feathers. He used it as a wing in the air, but unfortunately, it was precisely this feather fan that was rather uncoordinated and asymmetrical. Then he fell head first. He wouldn't fall to his death like this, right? Chu Feng was even in the mood to cry. This time, he had been tricked badly. Was he going to fall into some vile land or danger zone? I am the celestial emperor, and I come from above the firmament, he said in a low voice. Then, he smashed into the ground. Something wasn't right. Why were there so many large tents? It was still a 3-way battle. Damn dog. You've made a mistake in the transmission. Chu Feng laughed loudly. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. This didn't seem to be Harmony Prefecture's camp, but rather the camp of Zhan Prefecture in the south. With a bang, he smashed into a large golden tent and crashed into a small cave dwelling. Moreover, he fell into the water. This was the result of him piercing the cave dwelling in the tent with a black wooden spear. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to smash in. It was already late at night. That big dog had spent most of the night refining medicine. It was originally the dead of night, but now, with a plop, water splashed. Almost at the same time, white light flickered, and a few streaks of light attacked him, accompanied by water mist. Chu Feng's hair stood on end, and he felt great danger. He hurriedly used the black wooden spear to block in front of him. The white light seemed to have realized the strangeness of the wooden spear and rapidly retreated. "I am the Celestial Emperor, and I come from the heavens." Chu Feng was very serious. He gained the upper hand with a show of strength, intimidating the people in the tent and cave dwelling. However, his deadpan seriousness and solemnity were quickly broken by his own surprise. He was a bit dumbfounded and a bit dazed. This was inside a large wooden tub, which could be considered a bathtub. On the other side was an extremely beautiful woman who could turn all living things upside down. She was truly an outstanding beauty and too bewitching, a typical vixen's temperament. She had a small face the size of a palm, slender, and beautiful eyes. Her skin was snow white and exquisite, even more lustrous than fine jade. Large areas of her jade-like skin were revealed, and even the water could not completely cover up her sparkling white skin. However, there were 10 snow-white foxtails that immediately extended out, blocking in front of that woman and protecting her. Even in this kind of state, this woman didn't panic. A fierce divine glint flashed in the depths of her eyes, and she began to laugh again. Although she didn't say anything, she was innately charming. Her rosy lips were incomparably sexy, and her eyelashes were very long. Her eyes could cause people's minds to become bewildered. In just a split second, Chu Feng almost fell into her trap. He inwardly exclaimed that she was too powerful. Not only was this woman's appearance exceptional and could turn all living things upside down, but the key was that her spiritual aura was filled with a unique energy. At the same time, Chu Feng also thought of a certain old friend at the first moment. It was Celestial Venerable Stone Fox, who had been imprisoned in a foreign land and then brought to Earth by him. And this woman was actually a 10-tailed celestial fox. Could she be her descendant? He looked at the large hole in the tent above his head. He could see the moon and stars, but he was deadly earnest as he introduced himself. "I really am the Celestial Emperor, and I come from the heavens." As expected, one couldn't randomly set up targets. Fortunately, he managed to finish writing at the last moment. He would continue tomorrow, and the targets would be set up every day. Chapter 1325. Chu Feng shamelessly boasted that he was the Celestial Emperor in the huge bathtub, saying that he came from the heavens and descended into the human world. On the other side, a bright light flashed in the depths of the alluring and fox-like woman's eyes. She was convinced by this fellow. He actually dared to spout nonsense at such a juncture. She didn't panic, nor was she shy. Instead, she leaned against the exquisite wall of the bathtub in a rather flirtatious manner. There was nothing to say about her appearance. It was impeccable. Her palm-sized face was snow white and tender, exquisite to the point that there wasn't a single blemish. Her large eyes were bright and intelligent. The curves of her body were alluring, like a beautiful snake, moving up and down gracefully. However, regardless of whether it was her snow-white fullness, her small waist, or her slender legs, they were all covered by 10 flawless white foxtails. One could only vaguely see the outline of her wonderful body. Even so, it was still moving and made one's imagination roam. This was a peerless beauty, a typical 10-tailed celestial fox. She had only appeared in legends, and it was difficult to find a second one in the world. This was because the 9-tailed celestial fox was already considered a heaven-gifted figure of the fox race. Her talent was rare, pitifully few since ancient times. And this woman was actually a 10-tailed celestial fox. Her sparkling and translucent body under the cover of the snow-white foxtails had an indescribable charm. As expected of the fox race, they were naturally charming. "You are Chowda, Celestial Emperor Chow, right?" This woman spoke lazily. Her voice carried a sexy magnetism. It was very gentle, and there was no hint of anger in it at all. When Chu Feng heard this, even though his skin was coarse and his face was firm, he couldn't help but blush. He was recognized even like this? Even though he had wiped his face earlier, and his hair was disheveled, covering his face, It seemed that his true identity had already been recognized. This was really embarrassing. He was originally a famous person on the battlefield, but he lied through his teeth, especially when he was in a woman's bathtub and told her that he was the Celestial Emperor, yet he was exposed. It really made him feel ashamed. Of course, only ordinary people would feel ashamed and want to find a place to bury their heads. However, Chu Feng was not an ordinary person. He was thick-skinned, so after his face twitched for a moment, he regained his composure. "Please forgive me for disturbing you so late at night. It's really rude of me." Looking at his serious expression, his palms pressed together as he apologized, even the enchanting and cunning ten-tailed celestial fox almost couldn't help but want to slap him and use her 10 tails to splatter his face. Did he disturb the person in the bathtub? If it was a normal girl, she would have screamed out a long time ago, shouting that she was catching the traitor, startling the entire camp. Many people would move upon hearing the news and chase after the pervert. She was calm and unhurried, but that didn't mean she didn't care. She just didn't say anything as she was thinking about something. The 10-tailed heavenly fox revealed a faint smile, truly making the entire cave in the tent brighten. It could be said to be a smile that could topple a country, too brilliant and enchanting. Her arms were snow white, sparkling and translucent like fine jade. She reached out from the water's surface and gathered her wet hair. Her red lips were bright and moist, her pearly white teeth sparkling. However, in that instant, Chu Feng's hair stood on end. He once again experienced a spiritual domain that was difficult to resist. It covered him unknowingly. He was sure that if it was any other person of the same generation, they would most likely fall for it, because this type of spiritual energy was too terrifying. It was all-pervasive, invading one's entire body in an unconscious manner. However, he was a great sage, known as a legend among legends. That was why Chu Feng was on guard ahead of time, sensing danger. However, he still played along, pretending to be absent-minded. He wanted to see just how powerful the other party was. "Are you really a disciple of the first mountain?" The 10-tailed heavenly fox opened her red lips and asked. This vixen was shrewd and cunning. Through the conversation at the first mountain, as well as some clues, she suspected that Chu Feng's relationship with the first mountain wasn't that close or real. "Yes, sir." Chu Feng pretended to be slightly dispirited, but he still gave a firm reply. He was a little apprehensive. This descendant of the heavenly fox race was too powerful, because he discovered a terrifying fact. The other party's evolutionary level was actually only at the golden body level, but her spiritual domain affected him. Chu Feng was sure that if he wasn't a great sage, his spirit would definitely be completely controlled. He would respond to whatever the other party said, and he couldn't resist. How was this possible? He had never heard of an evolver of the golden body realm being able to control a great sage. In a split second, Chu Feng thought of a possibility, and he almost broke out in a cold sweat. This woman might have defied the heavens and obtained the legendary Tao fruit. She had long since become a saint, but in the end, she tempered herself and tempered her true self, forcibly refining her realm to the golden body realm. It was known as the most powerful cultivation process in history. There were people like this in the history of evolution, but there really weren't many, and they could be counted. There was a saying that this kind of cultivation was like a Buddha walking in the human world. This was a forceful squeeze. How difficult was it to reconstruct one's true self and refine a saint to the golden body realm? This woman from a heavenly fox race had done it. She had already taken this step ahead of time and reached a stage rarely seen since ancient times. Such an achievement was too shocking. If people were to find out, it would definitely be recorded in the history books. At night, there was a great fog in the Yongzhou camp, and the forgers appeared. "But you disappeared. What happened there?" The voice of the 10-tailed celestial fox was very soft. She asked Chu Feng for details, and she still opened up a special spiritual domain to investigate the truth. "I was taken into a special space by the forger and fainted. Later, I don't know why, but he threw me out again," Chu Feng replied. At this moment, He fully understood this woman's strength and didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. This was a vixen with an extremely terrifying evolutionary talent. However, she kept such a low profile, and no news of her attaining the mysterious Tao immortal stage had spread from the 3 battlefields. Chu Feng was terrified. He had already decided to set foot on this path, but someone had actually started ahead of him and had already succeeded. In an instant, Chu Feng recalled what the 6-eared macaque, Peng Wanli, Xiao Yao, and the others had mentioned. There was a woman in the southern Zhanzhou, the 10-tailed celestial fox. She was invincible in the golden body realm and could suppress her opponent with just a glance. She listened to orders and could be said to be peerless in the world in the art of charm. At first, Chu Feng didn't care. He thought that a fox girl at the golden body realm was nothing. If he met her, he would naturally be unafraid. But now it seemed that he had seriously underestimated the 10-tailed celestial fox. She was in existence in the corresponding realm, like a Buddha walking in the human world. Once she obtained this kind of Tao immortal stage, even if she suppressed her strength to the golden body realm, she would definitely not have the strength of a golden body, but would be even more terrifying than the original saint's cultivation. The so-called reconstruction was not self-destruction, but a step up to the next level. Her physical body and spirit would reach the flawless realm of Buddha and reach the peak. So much so that Chu Feng suspected that she had cultivated to the great saint realm and then suppressed and tempered herself to the golden body realm. If that was the case, it would be even more terrifying. This wasn't impossible. The 10-tailed celestial fox gave Chu Feng a feeling of extreme danger. Strange, you are actually a disciple of the first mountain. Why did the forgers release you after capturing you? This doesn't make sense, the 10-tailed celestial fox muttered to herself. She was rather confused, but in an instant, a divine light flashed in her eyes, and 2 dragon-shaped beams of light flew out. It was rather terrifying. Then, her beautiful and moving snow-white body leaned against the wooden barrel wall and stretched her wonderful body in a very comfortable posture. She said, I really underestimated you. It turns out that your spiritual level is so high that you almost deceive me. Don't pretend. I know you are very clear-headed. She was lazy and didn't look the slightest bit dangerous. She saw through Chu Feng's state, but she was still very calm. Chu Feng was stupefied and didn't respond. Look, you even barged into my secret palace and saw me bathing. This is easy to say, but it doesn't sound good. Don't you have to take responsibility for me? The 10-tailed celestial fox's eyes were intoxicating and increasingly charming. It could be said that a single glance and a smile could truly turn all living things upside down. We'll take responsibility, Chu Feng replied mechanically. Oh, the 10-tailed celestial fox was astonished. Could it be that her suspicions were wrong? This fellow was still affected, and his spirit was stiff? Then make an oath, she said indifferently. I swear that I will definitely take responsibility for the peerless beauty of the 10-tailed celestial fox race, even if she is old, blind, unable to take care of herself, injured, crippled, even if her 10 tails are all bald and broken, even if her body is withered, half of her body is paralyzed, even if the intelligence in her brain is spoiled. Get lost. The 10-tailed celestial fox quickly interrupted him. This was the first time she was embarrassed, and her face was slightly red. She was truly angered by this shameless person. Why didn't he talk about himself? He was using all kinds of miserable conditions to swear. This was too shameless. This was definitely done on purpose. She realized that this bastard was pretending. You can't interrupt me. This is a beautiful youth who is destined to become an ultimate evolved being swears to you. I, Chao Zhongli, am willing to take responsibility. I, Chao Zhongli, am a man of my words. Let me finish my oath. Get lost. You shut up. Why don't you talk about all kinds of miserable conditions? Swear on yourself. The 10-tailed celestial fox berated. She was extremely beautiful and adept at changing forms. One moment, she was angry, the next, she was sexy and enchanting. Her bright eyes and white teeth exuded a bewitching charm. At this time, She was actually going to secretly take action against Chu Feng. Since the other party wasn't suppressed by the spiritual domain, then she was going to take action. However, Chu Feng issued a serious warning. He said that he was on the same side and that she shouldn't accidentally injure him. Moreover, he said, no matter what, we are still people who have bathed together. We are even in the same bathtub right now, facing each other with sincerity. How can you bear to take action? In that instant, the 10-tailed celestial fox's tails streaked across and were about to pierce over. Chu Feng used the black wooden spear in his hand to block lightly, and the 10 streaks of white light quickly evaded. The 10-tailed celestial fox couldn't see through the black wooden spear, but she felt that it wasn't easy to provoke it. Stop, we are really on the same side, Chu Feng shouted. Then, he quickly spoke an ancient language and shouted out a name. The 10-tailed celestial fox was shocked. She immediately calmed down, and then her eyes erupted with divine light. She stared at Chu Feng, waiting for his explanation. Chu Feng had a plan. This really was the descendant of the stone fox celestial deity. What he just said was the words that the stone fox celestial deity had said to him before, as well as the stone fox celestial deity's secular name. Su Nis, do you believe me now? We're on the same side. Old Su and I are sworn brothers, Chu Feng said solemnly. However, the 10-tailed celestial fox wanted to abuse him. How old was this shameful person with the surname Da? How could he have the nerve to say that he was sworn brothers with that ancestor? Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently. A rain of blood poured down. At the same time, the experts of the entire Shanzhou camp were indescribably shaken. Then, there were people who tore their hearts and split their lungs, releasing mournful cries. What kind of situation was this? Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He looked at the large hole in the top of the tent. Originally, he could see the moon and stars there. It was destroyed by him, but now a rain of blood poured down. The scene between heaven and earth was incomparably shocking. The moon and stars could no longer be seen. Chu Feng saw the sky full of fallen corpses of gods and devils. They were densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. Was this real, or was it just a phenomenon? In addition, there were black lightning splitting the sky and blood-colored lightning interweaved. The heaven and earth were split apart. The scene was extremely tragic and frightening. Dead. The peerless overlord of the southern Shanzhou, the ultimate expert who was about to become an ultimate evolved being, has fallen. Someone shouted loudly, shaking the 3 battlefields. It also shook everyone's hearts, especially the Shanzhou camp. In a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces were deathly white. Who was this? An overlord was actually killed. One had to bear in mind that the overlord of the southern Shanzhou, the eastern Yongzhou, and the western He prefecture, these 3 peerless experts had fought on the battlefield in the future. They had never even revealed their true bodies. But now, an exceptional overlord had actually fallen. Boom! It was still in the direction of the southern Shanzhou. Another violent tremor was transmitted over, causing the entire world of the living to tremble. All of a sudden, the torrential rain became even more terrifying. Heavens! Has another overlord fallen? Someone was shocked. He couldn't help but tremble all over, and even his teeth were chattering. Through the astronomical phenomena, the abnormalities in the starry sky, and the changes in the energy domains, someone shivered in fear. He discovered that another exceptional overlord had fallen in the Shanzhou. Was this heaven and earth going to undergo a great change? The whole world was trembling. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. This was truly an eventful period. Shocking events came one after another. They really couldn't randomly set up targets. Last time, they had just finished speaking, but the glasses broke the next day. They actually had to wait 2 days to get the matching mirror. They didn't dare to set up targets anymore, but they still wanted to work hard and write 2 chapters tomorrow. Was this setting up targets again? I'll scare myself first. Chapter 1326. The overlord of the southern Shanzhou had been killed. A rain of blood poured down, and the worldly phenomenon shook the Yang realm. It was truly terrifying. Even the corpses of gods and devils fell from the three battlefields. Many people felt that doomsday had arrived. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was caving in. Some families and great sects had thrown themselves into the Shanzhou camp and were completely tied to this war chariot. But now, how could they not be afraid? Grandmaster, an old man, cried out loudly. His hair was disheveled and his heart and lungs were splitting. He rushed into the sky and faced the rain of blood. He looked at the falling corpses and went completely mad. He was the grand disciple of the southern Shanzhou overlord and could be considered a direct descendant. In the end, he had witnessed the defeat of his own bloodline. No one knew better than him just how great the origins of that person in Shanzhou were and how unfathomable his strength was. He was truly a heaven-warping and divine existence. But now he had died in Shanzhou. He didn't even come to the battlefield. How could this be? Oh no! There were many others who were crying out. They were all old women and old men who had lived for who knew how many years. They were all famous experts. Their families were bound to Shanzhou, but now they had suffered a crushing defeat. Even the overlord himself had died. It could be said that the general trend was over. Some people were terrified because they could vaguely feel that their clan's ancestors had died in battle. That was because they had built a hut not far from the overlord's place of seclusion. This was a show of respect and also a display of loyalty to protect the overlord. As expected, a teleportation domain erupted with blinding beams of light in an instant. All kinds of news came from all over the world. The Shanzhou camp was momentarily thrown into chaos. The fifth ancestor has fallen. His head was pierced by a finger, and both his body and soul were destroyed. Heavens, the most powerful ancestor of the race has actually passed away. Ancestor Xianhai has passed away in meditation and was covered by a spiritual domain. He didn't even stand up before silently dying in the secret land of Shanzhou. The evolvers of all races went crazy. The news from the southern Shanzhou was too shocking and shocked them. The top-notch ancestors of their families had actually died one after another. What exactly had happened in the southern Shanzhou? The overlord had died miserably, and even the ancestor of that great family had died. It was too terrifying. When the news spread, it shook all three battlefields. The people from the other two camps were dumbfounded and felt that it was inconceivable. They were seriously suspecting whether it was the overlord of their camp who had attacked and directly destroyed the overlord of the southern Shan province. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone was in a state of panic. Of course, there were also some people who were relatively calm. These were the large number of loose cultivators who had entered the battlefield purely to earn merit in exchange for pollen and scriptures. They didn't care much about who would rule the Yang realm and become the ultimate evolver. They didn't have any sense of belonging. The ones who were truly worried were the big clans that had placed their bets on the hegemon of Shan province. Impossible. Martial Uncle died as well. Does the heavens want our lineage to die? An old heavenly deity roared. This was precisely the grand disciple of the southern Shan province's overlord. The news he revealed was horrifying. Who was his martial granduncle? In terms of seniority, this meant that he was the overlord's junior brother. The hegemon of the southern Shan province had a junior brother? This was simply crazy. This was certainly in existence on the same level as the overlord. Under normal circumstances, if the senior brother and junior brother were to join forces, they would be able to directly resist the combined power of the two overlords of Hezhou and Yongzhou. Who would have thought that the waters of the southern Shan province were so deep and that their strength was so terrifying? But now, they were defeated and they were all killed by personalities. This was extremely abnormal, and it was incomparably frightening, making people feel terrified. Oh my God, there were two overlords in the southern Shan province, but they both died in a single day. A storm broke out on all three battlefields. Everyone was indescribably shaken. No wonder the earth-shattering phenomenon earlier made people feel as if two overlords had fallen one after the other. This was not an illusion, but reality. It was just that before, people thought that the two overlords might have perished together after exchanging blows. Who would have thought that it was the Shan province that had been completely defeated? In the Shan province camp on all three battlefields, a group of people felt as if doomsday had arrived. Their bodies were ice cold as all sorts of anguished wails and cries filled the air. Some people realized that their own clans were finished. This was especially true for those clans that were closely tied to the Shan province. All of their faces were deathly pale. This was because, according to the news from the Shan province, that place was currently being purged. Any power that was too deeply involved might be cleansed by blood. At the same time, people immediately guessed that the two overlords from the western Shan province and the eastern Yongzhou had joined forces. Otherwise, how could this happen? Otherwise, the fact that the senior brother and junior brother from the southern Shan province were working together was enough to scare people to death. It was likely that the two experts from the Yongzhou and Hezhou had received the news and secretly joined forces to take action first. Some people sighed. The southern Shan province was originally a good chess piece with deep foundations. In the end, the news was leaked and it became a path to death. The Hung clan is in the southern Shan province. They are known as one of the top clans in the Yang realm. How are they doing? Did they not send reinforcements to the Grandmaster? Someone asked in a low voice. The Hung clan was too powerful. They were known as the 5 strongest clans in the Yang realm along with the Buddhist clan, Ji clan, Dao clan, and Li clan. Some people even suspected that there was an old fellow from the Hung clan whose strength was unfathomable. If they really went to fight, they might not be any weaker than the overlord from the Shan province. There's no news. I reckon that the situation doesn't bode well for them. Let's take it all and go to the Hezhou and Yongzhou camps to kill people and get revenge for the old ancestor. An elder roared. Even though the situation was already over, they still wanted revenge. Now, their eyes were red. Boom! At this time, not to mention the 3 battlefields, even the Yang realm was shaken. This was the resonance of the great Tao and the trembling of all the heavens. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock and couldn't help but raise their heads to look. What was that? In the southern direction, a lamp appeared. At first, it was hazy as if it had transmigrated from an uncivilized era and appeared in this world, arriving at the end of the world. The appearance of that lamp evaporated the torrential rain of blood between the heaven and earth. It also made the corpses of the fallen gods and devils disappear. It became more and more resplendent until it shone like a great sun. The reincarnation lamp. It was an ancient lamp that belonged to the weapon of the southern Shan province's overlord. Reportedly, it was one of the 3 major parts of the Great Tao. After the Great Tao broke down, it turned into the reincarnation lamp. Now it appeared. What was it trying to do? Was it trying to suppress the present world? That overlord even died, not even having time to activate this lamp. One could well imagine just how sudden and hurried the battle was. It ended extremely quickly. This lamp became larger and larger, and it became extremely brilliant, simply about to cover the entire southern region. It was as tall as the heavens. One could vaguely make out an ancient path behind it. Suddenly, a primal chaos swordbreaker appeared, flying over from the eastern region. It descended and directly connected with the reincarnation lamp, making it shrink and continuously warp. Eventually, that region seemed to have exploded. Great Tao light appeared, pouring down like millions and millions of waterfalls, drowning out that place. The 2 weapons were merging, becoming one. Damn it, it's Yongzhou's people who took action, killing the overlord. An Empyrean roared angrily, his eyes scarlet red. It was because Yongzhou's overlord's weapon was precisely this primal chaos swordbreaker. There were rumors that when the reincarnation lamp, mirror of 10,000 tribulations, and primal chaos swordbreaker merged into one, the holder would become the ultimate evolved being. An unmatched creature would be born. At that time, the great Tao of the heavens would resound, all Tao becoming one, no one able to match them. Now, there were people who were walking this path, already halfway there. They devoured that reincarnation lamp, currently absorbing it. How long? In the end, that reincarnation lamp disappeared, entering the primal chaos swordbreaker. However, that primal chaos swordbreaker also underwent changes because of this, its entire body shining, as if a lamp was burning. Kill. We are going to stake it all. We are going to get revenge for our clan's brothers and sisters. Someone shouted, rushing towards Yongzhou. At the same time, there were others who shouted, He province's people aren't good things either. If not for their two clans joining hands, how could the ancestor have died? We are also going to slaughter them, kill as many as we can. The three-sided battlefield was in chaos. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was dumbfounded within the ten-tailed celestial fox's cave residence. Too many things had happened that night. A hegemon had died, and it was suspected that the Yongzhou camp's hegemon had obtained the greatest benefits. Do you want to run? If I hand you over, I believe those people outside will be extremely happy. The ten-tailed heavenly fox, Su Xian, giggled. She didn't get up and merely shot a glance at Chu Feng. At this time, there were angry roars from outside. There were divine kings flying through the air and celestial venerables rushing into the heavens. All of them had charged out. It could be said that the situation was chaotic and extremely dangerous. Chu Feng decisively escaped into the ground, wanting to use domain methods to leave. However, his first attempt actually failed. There were extraordinary arrangements here. Let's bathe together another day. I'm going to leave now, teased Chu Feng. You should stay and slowly tell me about my ancestor. The ten-tailed heavenly fox, Su Xian's large eyes were intelligent. Although there was a smile on her face, it was also a threat. She wanted to know if Chu Feng really knew the stone fox celestial sovereign Su. Next time, I really should leave now. Chu Feng got up decisively and jumped out of the wooden tub, bringing with him a splash. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. The ten-tailed heavenly fox narrowed her beautiful eyes and threatened. I really can leave, replied Chu Feng. This time, he decisively brought out a person he had almost forgotten about, celestial venerable Yushang. He had encountered the foragers, encountered that giant black beast, and all kinds of chaos and nervousness. Chu Feng was afraid that the foragers would kill Yushang, so he put him into the stone jar. Only now did he remember and let him out. Senior, let's leave quickly. The three-way battlefield is in chaos, said Chu Feng. Su Xian was dumbfounded. Even though her methods were superb and she had many trump cards, she couldn't afford to provoke a monster who had an old man with him. She could only watch helplessly. Celestial venerable Yushang was in a daze. He only woke up after staying in the stone jar for a long time. He wanted to leave several times, but failed in the end. Only when Chu Feng let him out did he see the light of day again. Swoosh! With the celestial venerable carrying them, Chu Feng's speed was too fast. They immediately disappeared into the night sky. You just wait and see. Su Xian was annoyed. She stood up from the back and revealed her flawless snow-white body. She stared at the big hole in the tent. Everyone from East State, retreat. Do not start a fight. At this time, an aged voice resounded throughout the battlefield, reminding the evolvers of East State not to fight. Moreover, a large hazy light shrouded the direction of East State's camp. The fall of the two Dao friend from the southern Zhan state has nothing to do with the cultivators of Maihe state. At this time, the aged voice resounded again. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the martial brothers of Zhan state were not killed by the two overlords of East State and Yang state? Soon, everyone realized that all these things seemed to be done by the overlord of Yang state alone. At this time, Yushang brought Chu Feng back and appeared in the direction of Yang state's camp. A hazy light poured down from the horizon. It was a primal chaos rapier that shrouded the entire area. It was me who killed those two people. Someone spoke, shaking the heavens and earth. Chu Feng was shocked. He looked up and saw that behind the hazy rapier, there seemed to be an indomitable and majestic man looking down at them from afar. Who is that? Everyone was shocked. Was he the overlord of Yang state? However, some people had seen the overlord of Yang state before, but now they didn't know who he was. Very soon, Chu Feng discovered a person's abnormality. It was Fairy Qingyin. Her emotions were fluctuating violently, and her beautiful eyes shone with an extraordinary splendor. She stood in the distance and softly murmured to herself, "A legend among legends. I knew you would take that step, emerging from the mountains in this lifetime, and your aura will swallow the mountains and rivers." At this moment, Chu Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable. It was a little painful. He continued to write the second chapter. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 13:27. I want to become stronger. Chu Feng wanted to shout this out again, but then he froze. Why had he been having such thoughts lately? He met either a freak or someone on the path of becoming a freak, tormenting him in all sorts of ways. "I'm not shouting," he mumbled. Beside him, Heavenly Lord Yushang was speechless. He didn't know what to say as he listened to Chu Feng muttering to himself. In the blink of an eye, Fairy Qingyin glanced back and saw him. She nodded at him before turning back. Chu Feng looked at her and couldn't help but want to say something, but in the end, he shook his head because he had nothing else to say. He'd already said everything he needed to say last time. It was just that he wanted to know who that person was. Just what level had the so-called Legend of Legends reached to actually kill the two overlords of the southern Jianzhou and seize the lamp of reincarnation? A rumble rang out between heaven and earth. That was the sound of the great Tao merging. It was like the sound of a tsunami or the majesty of a collapsing starry sky. "Those from southern Jian province camp, please stop. My master did not massacre all clans. Your sect's foundations are still there, not destroyed." A great golden path appeared. It really did come from millions and millions of li away, extending from the southern Jian province all the way to the three battlefields. A male stood on it. He was extremely tall and large, scattering down divine radiance, illuminating this world. As for the primal chaos truncheon and the legend of legends, the mysterious man had already disappeared in the direction of Jianzhou. "My master will conquer all enemies and unify the world of the living. Everyone, don't be apprehensive and don't be afraid. We are all evolvers of the same origin. My master will not go on a killing spree, nor will he kill the innocent." He was comforting everyone, telling the world that although the mysterious existence had killed the two overlords of the southern Jianzhou, he hadn't massacred the people there. "Our ancestor has clearly died in battle. Not long ago, a divine king was seething with anger. His armor erupted with dazzling silver light. He didn't care at all about how strong this person was and directly challenged him to a fight. There might have been accidental injuries. The newcomer explained and revealed his identity. He was the youngest disciple of the mysterious overlord, Di Ming. According to him, his master had indeed attacked, but only the two overlords were killed. As for the others, they were unharmed as long as they didn't get involved. As for those who took the initiative to attack their masters, they were killed by the recoil. For example, someone pointed a finger at the back of the head of the mysterious supreme expert, wanting to help him in secret. However, he didn't expect to be blasted away by a beam of light. Some people secretly made a move together, using spiritual energy, wanting to interfere with that expert's attack. In the end, they were all crushed by the spiritual energy that came back, turning into ashes. For a moment, the three battlefields were completely silent. Those patriarchs and the top experts of the various races had all died like this? This was too cowardly. At the same time, it was incomparably terrifying. That mysterious expert didn't even take the initiative to attack them. And these people died. How terrifying was that? It was hard to find a worthy opponent in the world. At that time, these people were speculating. They thought that if the two overlords of Jianzhou attacked together, they would definitely be able to kill the intruder. That was why those people directly interfered in the battle from behind to express their loyalty. Who would have thought that the one who came was a ferocious dragon whose strength shocked past and present? The group of old men who attacked all died tragically. They were crushed into a mist of blood by the recoil of light, their bodies and souls destroyed. At that time, no one could have imagined that two Overlord experts would be killed on the spot by a single person. If they were given a chance to choose again, these people definitely wouldn't take the chance. They would hide as far away as they could. For a moment, the battlefield became even more silent. Chu Feng heard Fairy Qingyin's muttering to herself. "You've finally cultivated that kind of invincible, mysterious technique, and now you're performing a supreme technique. I've vaguely heard that there was a prehistoric being who seemed to have cultivated this kind of mysterious technique. He was fearless of attacks and performed invincible techniques. He was revered as a legend among legends. Could it be this expert?" An old celestial venerable murmured. His expression was incomparably solemn. Who is it?" someone asked in shock. In reality, everyone was paying close attention to him. They all wanted to know who he was. This was because this person stood in Zhangzhou and allowed many of the top figures of the older generation to attack him. Yet, he still managed to kill a large number of experts. This was too strange. In prehistory, there was a being known as the undefeatable Feather Emperor. It was said that when his name shook the world, he retreated to a famed mountain and followed an old monster to cultivate again. The undefeatable Feather Emperor dared to call himself that. This was the title he had when he was young. Because he had never been defeated, he was called this by everyone. This person was very strong. It was said that in some prehistoric forbidden lands, several old monsters who had transcended epochs wanted to take him as a disciple, but they were all rejected by him. From this, one can see how extraordinary his talent is. Some people said that once he grew up, he would not be the second Li Su, but even stronger. Chu Feng noticed that when Qinyin heard those people's discussions, there was a moving glow on her face. She seemed to be thinking about some past events. Feather Emperor, Jade Emperor, what the hell? Chu Feng muttered to himself. At this moment, the figure who stood on the great golden path in the sky comforted everyone again, telling everyone that his master wouldn't rashly kill, even if they were enemies. As long as they didn't take the initiative to attack Feather Emperor, he wouldn't carry out a bloodbath. Moreover, he revealed that his master was currently absorbing and refining the Tao fragments in Zhangzhou. When he came out of seclusion, it would be the final unification of the Yang realm. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and was deeply shocked. Was he really going to unify the world? In the endless years of history, how many geniuses and supreme experts had found it difficult to accomplish such a great undertaking? Yet in the present age, there was actually someone who was infinitely close to success. Everyone realized that the Yang realm was truly going to change. One had to know that in the unknown lands of the Yang realm, there were some old monsters who were exceedingly terrifying. No one dared to rashly provoke them. Even the martial madman was afraid of those people. Of course, that was the prehistoric era. After so many years had passed, some of them should have already passed away. Your master is now in possession of the primal chaos truncheon. Where's my clan's ancestor? At this time, someone from the Yongzhou camp said, with a trembling voice. His body was shaking because he was incomparably terrified of the bad outcome. He was worried that the Yongzhou overlord would also be killed. Originally, the primal chaos truncheon belonged to the Yongzhou overlord, but now it had fallen into the hands of the Feather Emperor. For a moment, the Yongzhou camp became restless. Many loyal disciples were bound by a common hatred for a common enemy. Murderous intent surged, and they were not afraid because of the other party's strength. Don't worry, we are one family. We come from the same source. In the sky, the man standing on the golden path, Di Ming, explained to them. What do you mean? Someone hurriedly asked. My master is the martial uncle of the Yongzhou overlord. He introduced like this. What? For a moment, many people on the 3 battlefields were dumbstruck. They couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was too inconceivable. The Yongzhou overlord was willing to step down and ask my master to lead the evolvers of all races to walk a different evolutionary path. It is too difficult to become an ultimate evolver. The slightest movement will result in one's body being crushed and one's bones crushed. Moreover, one has to shoulder a tremendous responsibility. As such, in the end, my master came out of seclusion and decided to shoulder 10,000 Daos on his shoulders. He merged with the Tao fruit of the heavens and led the cultivators of all races out to continue the broken path. He was extremely solemn as he spoke in an extremely solemn manner. For a moment, many people were petrified. Today's events were too abrupt. All kinds of strange events happened one after another. At this time, a Buddhist chant rang out, shaking the heavens. In the western direction of the He prefecture, a hazy silhouette of an old monk appeared. He towered between the heavens and the earth. Then he struck out in the southern direction of the Yongzhou. The hidden supreme expert of the Buddhist race had taken action. At the same time, in the western direction of the He prefecture, a mirror appeared. It reflected hazy and terrifying radiance. It pierced through the 10,000 Daos of heaven and earth and illuminated the direction of the Yongzhou. Chapter 1328. In the western Hezhou, an old monk of the Buddhist race attacked. Only the heavens knew how long such a being had lived. At the very least, none of the old fellows on the 3 battlefields recognized this old monk. Rumble. Buddhist light illuminated everything. It looked divine, but this kind of attack was very violent. Boundless light flooded the southern province. At the same time, a dignified figure walked out from behind him. He held the tribulation mirror and attacked the province as well. The old monk was not the overlord, but someone else. The western Hezhou was the headquarters of the Buddhist race. The overlord they supported had close relations with the Buddhist race and was now attacking as well. The senior and junior overlord of the province had been killed, and the overlord of the Yong province had abdicated. Now, the western Hezhou felt great pressure, but they did not retreat and took the initiative to attack. It had to be said that the old monk was too terrifying. His hand covered the sky and blocked the sun, moon, and stars. That withered old hand covered the entire province in an instant. This scene was too shocking. It was just a hand, but the tip of his finger was surrounded by stars. It was like a world of its own, like a universe of its own. The old monk's monastic robe fluttered in the wind. The heavens and earth trembled as if the world was about to explode. As his hand pressed down, his true body also approached. Immediately, the sound of chanting shook the heavens and earth. It was as if 3,000 Buddhas were chanting together to refine the great demon. He definitely had the power of a supreme overlord. However, the Buddhist race was very low profile. They did not try to take over the world themselves, and instead supported someone they had close relations with. Beside the old monk, the overlord moved. The tribulation mirror merged with him and floated above his head, shooting out special divine light that could destroy creation and all things. With a shout, the Feather Emperor attacked. Countless rays of light filled the air, like pure white feathers falling from the heavens. It was too holy. One could vaguely see the Feather Emperor soar into the air with the reincarnation lamp fused with the primal chaos swordbreaker. He cut open the world, blocking the old monk's hand and the tribulation mirror's beam. Rumble. The southern province was covered by the 3 overlords' unparalleled auras. It was completely hazy and turned into a land of primal chaos. Nothing could be seen there, as if it had fallen into the most primitive stage of the creation of the world. Why aren't the Hung clan's people making a move? They have the reputation of being the #1 clan under the heavens. If their most powerful expert were to awaken and attack now, they might be able to suppress the Feather Emperor. Someone said in a low voice, his eyes filled with hatred. He was from Zhan province in the south. His ancestor had been blasted into a bloody mist by the reflected energy of the Feather Emperor, and both his body and soul had been destroyed. Everyone knew that the Hung clan's main camp was in the southern Zhanzhou. They had originally supported the hegemon with the reincarnation lamp, but now that the hegemon of Zhanzhou had been killed, the Hung clan hadn't made any big moves. Some people suspected that the Hung clan had changed their stance after being persuaded. At this moment, The Hung clan indeed didn't make a move. No experts appeared. Otherwise, with how unfathomable the Hung race was, they would definitely have a peerless expert overseeing them that would be able to contend against them. Boom! In the southern direction of Qing province, a thunderclap sounded. This was blood-colored lightning, as well as dark light splitting apart the heavens. They tangled together, releasing a world-destroying aura. One could see that the moment the primal chaos scattered, the old monk that towered between heaven and earth staggered backwards. Meanwhile, the tribulation realm hegemon floating above his head was roaring. The Feather Emperor's counterattack was too fierce. The reflected energy had caused the two hegemons to suffer great losses. No wonder he had dared to sweep through Qing province alone and kill the two senior and junior brother hegemons. Everyone gasped, especially those from the Western He province. Could it be that their hegemon and the old monk of the Buddhist race were also going to be killed? At this time, the Western He province shone, illuminating a large number of temples that towered in the void. The majestic palaces and golden tiles shone with auspicious radiance. At the same time, endless chanting sounds rang out. The experts of the Buddhist race joined hands to suppress the Feather Emperor. However, the effects weren't great. After reaching the level of the Feather Emperor, unless a peerless hegemon-level expert took action, it would be difficult for outsiders to change the situation. Without a doubt, there were such experts hiding in the great mountains and great rivers. Otherwise, the world of the living would have been unified a long time ago. It was precisely because there were supreme experts blocking the way that it was difficult to truly unify the world. However, no one was taking action now. Perhaps they were in deep slumber, or perhaps they were dying of old age, waiting for death in the river of time. The old monk of the Buddhist race was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood, and the hegemon of He province couldn't hold on any longer. At the same time, many ancient temples were also dimming. At the most crucial moment, an ancient temple in the Western He province opened its dusty doors. There was a pagoda that was about to collapse. That was the place where the senior monk was buried. The stone pagoda opened, and someone respectfully brought out a Buddhist shrine. A mysterious skeleton emerged from within. It was a Zhang 6 golden body, its entire body illuminating the heavens and earth. The mysterious skeleton chanted Buddhist chants and spat out 10,000 lotus flowers of the great Tao, suppressing the world. All the experts couldn't help but gasp. All the evolvers were trembling. What level of expert was this? The people could only be shaken. The Buddhist race was unfathomable. There were many generations of senior monks, yet they didn't know what era this old Buddha was from. It seemed like he hadn't completely passed away in meditation, but had left behind his Buddhist bones. Perhaps his flesh and blood could still be reconstructed. After all, his Buddhist light and true spirit were still present. They had turned into a ball of flame and were stored within the skull, never dispersing. In the end, the golden skeleton raised its hand and pressed down towards the direction of Shanzhou. It collided with the Feather Emperor, and it was as if the heavens and earth were turning upside down. At the final moment, people saw that all kinds of buildings within the ancient temple where the golden skeleton was located collapsed. In particular, the Buddhist shrines cracked and the stone pagoda collapsed. The mysterious existence of the Buddhist race took action. An old Buddha came into being, but not even he could suppress the Feather Emperor. Vaguely, at the last moment, people saw that the golden Buddha bone was also inexplicably dripping with blood. This was quite strange and terrifying. Where did this blood come from? The old Buddha had already dried up and had no flesh and blood. Afterwards, that place was submerged in primal chaos. The ancient temple and the golden light could no longer be seen. Heavens, even the old Buddha was killed. Did an accident happen? A powerhouse of the Buddhist race cried out in surprise. He clearly knew the strangeness of that ancient temple. He still remembered that when he was very young, his own patriarch had once brought him to that small and run-down temple to pay his respects. He had also told him that this was one of the 6 highest temples of the Buddhist race. Now, the old Buddha there was also injured, and had even fallen from horizontal attack. In the Yang realm, a rain of blood poured down and dark clouds pressed down. The strange phenomena of the world became increasingly violent. But in the end, pure white feathers danced in the air, tearing apart the darkness and blasting away the rain of blood. The lands of the Yang realm gradually returned to normal. In Shanzhou, the Feather Emperor opened his mouth and said some shocking words. The Buddhist race is indeed unfathomable. The old Buddha prisoner, who was about to pass away in meditation in prehistoric times, is actually still alive. He is several generations higher than the elders of our sect. This is truly unexpected. Let's fight again in the future. The Yang realm must be unified. As he spoke, the mist of primal chaos dissipated. People saw the overlord of the Western He Prefecture and the old monk retreat and disappear in the western direction. Everyone realized that the so-called old Buddha prisoner was extremely terrifying. His intervention had caused the Feather Emperor to give up on the idea of attacking and killing the two. However, it seemed that the old Buddha prisoner had paid the price. The world became peaceful again, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. Not long after, envoys from both the Western He Prefecture and the Eastern Yongzhou arrived to convey orders. Everything would continue as usual, and the three battlefields would be stabilized. The evolvers of the southern Shanzhou were very anxious and fearful. They didn't know whether to stay or leave. However, all the clans that resided in Shanzhou were eventually appeased. The Feather Emperor would accept them and not care about what had happened in the past. In the following days, the southern Shanzhou camp collapsed. Some people joined the Western He Prefecture, while others went far away and left the three battlefields. There was also a large group that joined the Eastern Yongzhou camp. Without a doubt, there were two reasons why a large group defected to the Yongzhou camp. First, the Feather Emperor had displayed unfathomable strength. Second, their elders had already defected in Shanzhou. Very soon, news arrived. As expected, the Hung race was the first clan to change their stance and had long since switched their support to the Feather Emperor. Otherwise, if the Hung race opposed, the Feather Emperor might not have been able to smoothly kill the overlord of his senior and junior brothers. People had reason to believe that the Hung race wasn't weaker than the Buddhist race and might even be more unfathomable. However, they didn't make a big move this time. For a moment, the world was shaken. Was there no one who could keep the Feather Emperor in check? Once he completely refined the reincarnation lamp and absorbed the gains from this battle, perhaps he would truly be heaven-defying. The great unification of the Yang realm was about to become a reality and was approaching step by step. Many people didn't dare to believe it. This was too sudden and too fast. Master, are you going to attack the Feather Emperor? If you don't make a move now, perhaps he really will succeed. In a certain famous mountain range, someone asked an old man sitting cross-legged in a distorted time. The spatial collapse there was extremely special. It doesn't matter. It's too difficult to become an ultimate evolver. Those who wanted to walk this path have all died. Let him try first, and let him walk that path. Actually, I don't think that the unification of the Yang realm can really achieve eternity and become invincible throughout the ages. The old man sitting cross-legged in the dust-filled time said weakly. In the extreme north, the martial madman's disciples were also anxious. They recognized the Feather Emperor and reported to the martial madman. After all, the return of a legend among legends was too terrifying. That path isn't what I want to walk. I will use martial arts to sweep through the world and kill all enemies. The three-way battlefield gradually quieted down because everything was really the same as before. There were no more great waves. Chu Feng was very astonished. Celestial Venerable Qi Rong didn't die. Back then, when the forgers were tormenting him, he ran away and hid in the stone jar. Meanwhile, Qi Rong fainted on the spot and actually survived. He was very wary of Qi Rong because the cup of wine Celestial Venerable Qi Rong gave him was somewhat strange. Old Chi. No, Senior. The secret realm should be opening by now, right? Chu Feng asked. Celestial Venerable Chi Rong was deeply astonished. That day, he had fainted, but this Chowda was actually still alive and kicking. He wasn't injured in the slightest. It was really too strange. Even if the foragers only ate beings at the celestial venerable realm and above and didn't hurt those that were too weak, the situation that day was special. Chowda shouldn't have been unscathed. When he thought of this, celestial venerable Chi Rong felt a little apprehensive. He had originally been suspicious. Was Chu Feng really so closely related to the first mountain? After all, the words number 9 said before sealing the mountain were very strange. It didn't seem like he recognized Chao Da as a disciple. Now, although he had his suspicions, it wasn't good for him to probe further. After discussion, all parties on the battlefield agreed that the secret realm needed to be opened and the good fortune should be found. The original agreement was still valid, and the secret realm was about to be opened. Hurry up and open it. After I enter, I'll leave after obtaining the good fortune. I still have to find the female empress. I still have to rise to become the supreme Chu Di. I don't have time to waste here. Chu Feng was showing off. This caused the strange dragon beside him, Long to you, to stare at him in shock. Strange dragon, second brother, take a look. Where's this place? Chu Feng called out to the strange dragon, and he drew out a portion of the mountain and river diagram. This was the mountain and river diagram that the large black dog had passed on to him. If he wanted to find the female empress, he would have to go there. Who's your second brother? G-Dade, you lie or you quack. It's one thing for me to cooperate with you in front of others to deceive them, but you still dare to show off now? Wait, let me take a look. This place is... The strange dragon's expression changed, and he actually let out a strange cry. Chapter 1329. The strange dragon's expression changed. It was pale, solemn, and horrified. Why did it have such an expression? Was that place very terrifying and evil? Chu Feng was shocked. The expression on Long Dayu's yin-yang face changed too quickly and abnormally. He clearly knew that place should be related to the Empress. In the mouth of the Black Beast, that woman had stunned time and could be said to be peerless. Places related to her should be sacred and auspicious. Are you sure this is a terrain, and not something you pieced together yourself? The strange dragon stared at him and lowered its voice. It was very serious and nervous. Chu Feng knew that this strange dragon was not ordinary. It had lived for 3 lifetimes and knew a lot about the secrets of ancient times. It knew all kinds of anecdotes and secrets of the prehistoric era. It was very abnormal for it to be so solemn. It seemed that there must be something wrong with it. It's none of your business. Tell me, what is this place? Chu Feng deliberately did not care and continued to ask. The strange dragon said in a deep voice, "Tell me quickly. How do you know about this mountain river diagram? It's very important. You have to tell me clearly, or I won't tell you." I saw a stone diagram on the precipice of the first mountain, Chu Feng said. That's no wonder. Perhaps only a place like the first mountain can record the various truths of ancient times. Long Dayu sighed. This place is very special. A corner of this mountain river is the location of the prehistoric Demon King's palace. Do you know who it is? It's the Demon King, an existence that dares to call himself an emperor. It's equivalent to a restricted area. Long Dayu emphasized. Its voice was a little louder, as if it was very surprised. Then it said, "This is not the main point. Look over here. This area is also a corner. It's the terrifying old land where the ancient temple of Abu Jinbo is located. Who would dare to approach it? It's a very terrifying place." Chu Feng immediately understood what was going on. The mountain and river imprint map that the giant black beast had given him didn't seem to be a whole. Now, the areas that had been separated out were already the most terrifying places in the Yang realm. They weren't inferior to the restricted areas. This was a little scary. What kind of mountains and rivers were they? And here, do you know what kind of sacred ruins this corner is? Our dragon race used to be the most supreme origin, but I was forced to give up. What? Chu Feng was quite shocked. This even involved the dragon clan. He quickly asked, "Is it a giant lizard dragon with wings like you, or a true dragon with beautiful lines and perfect lines?" Long Dayu flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "You third uncle, do you know how to speak human language? They're both dragons. So how did it become a perfect contrast between lizards and elegance? One must be magnanimous." There's no need to fuss over these small details. Chu Feng prevaricated. The strange dragon gnashed its teeth in anger. It really wanted to give him a set of tyrant dragon fists and beat him until half of his body was paralyzed, his soul light would be lacking, and half of his white teeth would fall out. However, it couldn't help but continue speaking. This was a forbidden place for all forms of dragons, and it was once the origin of the dragons. However, in the end, for some reason, it was incomparably bitter. Even the ancestral dragon died there. The dragon clan's peerless experts, after many years that couldn't be investigated, advanced wave after wave, slaughtering their way there. However, they all entered but couldn't come out, dyeing that vile earth red. Now, that place had become the dragon race's nightmare. It was unknown what had happened to the blood-stained vile earth, but they could no longer approach the land of origin. Chu Feng drew in a cold breath. The dragon race's land of origin, the extermination burial ground, this kind of transformation was too astonishing. From there, he associated it with the prehistoric demon imperial palace, Abu Jinbo ancient temple, and the dragon race's vile earth. These were all corner regions in different directions. That stretch of mountains and rivers was too astonishing, too terrifying. The strange dragon studied the other mountain and river regions, especially the main areas. It found them slightly familiar, but it actually couldn't distinguish them for a moment. Strange, which famous place in the Yang realm I don't recognize? Why are the other regions, and that central region, so strange and so evil? The strange dragon was suspicious and a little puzzled. After Chu Feng heard its various guesses and suspicions, he really felt like he was on the verge of collapse. What kind of mountain and river imprint map did the giant black beast give him? The corner regions were already so shocking and abnormal. So what kind of place was the central region? A very long time ago, I once accidentally dug out a prehistoric cave and found a tattered beast skin map there. It once mentioned that the most legendary pure land and vile earth of the Yang realm might have been connected in the past, but they were separated later on. It's this place. As the strange dragon spoke, various thoughts flashed through its mind. In the end, it looked at Chu Feng and asked, "You want to enter this place? What's inside?" It was quite curious, and it believed that G-Dade wouldn't do anything without benefits. Chu Feng said, "There's a young girl inside. She's an outstanding beauty, and her grace is peerless. She's the #1 beauty in all of history, and her appearance is peerless. Do you want to come with me to take a look and rescue her from the vile earth? A hero saving a damsel in distress. You'll be beaten to death sooner or later," the strange dragon said fiercely. It was very displeased with G-Dade's attitude. He dared to say anything. Perhaps he felt the same way as it. In a certain desolate universe, the large black dog was talking to itself as he hurried along with the broken bell and the corpse of the middle-aged man. Can that brat make it? Can he find the female empress? With his character, will he be impudent and cause some misunderstanding? What if he gets beaten to death there? It seriously suspected that the strange youth would recklessly strike up a conversation with the female empress and say all kinds of ridiculous things. Then, he would be slapped to death. He should be fine. Just based on that strange face of his, he might be able to save his life. It was slightly guilty, and its tone was filled with uncertainty. It felt slightly regretful. It should have taught that brat properly. It was too hurried, and it didn't even have time to warn him of the various things to take note of. These mountains all contain a special password, and there's a special message, the strange dragon said, and pointed it out for Chu Feng to see. It told him that the origin of the dragon race and the demon imperial palace were all very special. Back then, it had studied the relevant mountains and rivers according to that tattered beast skin map. It felt that there were some words hidden there, and they were written with domains. The strange dragon said, "In the end, these terrains and these words, when linked together, might point to a place that tells people the truth in some terrifying situations." Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded solemnly. This was definitely pointing to the female empress. He was skilled in studying domains, and this might not be a problem for him. He could piece it all together, and very soon he would understand the information contained in those mountains and rivers and learn the truth. Finally, Chu Feng patted the strange dragon's shoulder and said, "After entering the mystery realm, follow me, and I'll guarantee that you'll obtain good fortune." The strange dragon's expression instantly changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Scram, I've always been your scapegoat, and I've never obtained any benefits. I won't go in with you even if you beat me to death. We'll go our own ways. The dragon bites the great benefactor, yet you don't appreciate my kindness." Chu Feng flicked the back of his head and directly left. They were about to enter the mystery realm, and he also needed to make some preparations. Not long after, he found the six-eared macaque and the others and warmly greeted Mi Qing. "Little sister Mi Qing, come with me in a while. I guarantee that you'll obtain good fortune, and breaking through to the great saint realm will be just around the corner," Chu Feng said with a smile. Mi Qing was elegant and peerless, looking very youthful and beautiful. Her white clothes made her seem even more refined, and her large eyes were full of spirit, giving her an otherworldly charm. Mi Tian's whole body was covered in golden fur, and as the elder brother, he stood to the side and was somewhat on guard against Chu Feng, feeling that he was unreliable. Was he taking liberties with his little sister in public? Cough! The old six-eared macaque coughed and actually appeared silently in the tent. His body was a bit stooped, but his golden fur was still shining brilliantly. He was very outstanding, and his golden eyes were bright and full of expression. "All of you go out. I have something to say to Chowda." The old monkey's body was covered in a dazzling golden radiance as he gestured to Mi Qing and the others to go out. He wanted to talk to Chu Feng alone. Soon, the big tent quieted down. Chu Feng was a little scared. He had heard from the monkey that this old ancestor was especially black-hearted. Could it be that he had seen through something? "Chowda, what do you think of me?" The old monkey smiled. Very good, very good. Thank you, Senior, for wanting to marry Mi Qing to me." Chu Feng spoke very quickly, not even blinking as he quickly finished speaking. The old monkey's expression suddenly stiffened. He had indeed had such thoughts in the past, but he had only said it in passing. In fact, he had already found a suitable Dao companion for Mi Qing. In particular, he now suspected that Chowda might not really have a close relationship with the First Mountain. "Are you really Senior Number 9's disciple? If I'm not, I'll give you a G-Dade." Chu Feng patted his chest and said. The old monkey's expression darkened. "Don't mention that, duh. Last time at the Wasteland Gladiator Arena, he dared to threaten my grandson Mi Hong and my clan. He's not a good person. All right, let's not mention that, duh. I'm ashamed to be mentioned in the same breath as him." Chu Feng said. "Chowda, why do I feel like there's something strange about you? You don't seem like a disciple of the First Mountain. Moreover, you seem to be wrapped in a layer of fog that I can't see through. Tell me, where exactly are you from?" The old monkey actually asked this with a smile. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. What exactly had this old monkey discovered? What did he see that made him so suspicious? "I'm me. There are no secrets to speak of. I'm Chowda, a final disciple of the First Mountain. It's simple and pure," he insisted, refusing to budge no matter what. "Is that so?" The old monkey paced back and forth, circling around Chu Feng from time to time. In the end, it even came to stand behind him. In an instant, goosebumps appeared all over Chu Feng's body. This was because he could see with his spirit eye that the old monkey had raised a hand behind his back. It was almost about to grab him. Damn, this old six-eared macaque actually wanted to use underhanded methods against him. The old monkey must have discovered some secrets and couldn't hold it in anymore. However, the old monkey was also very worried. After all, Chu Feng still had a relationship with the first mountain. This old monkey was really black-hearted. They were already so familiar with each other, yet it still wanted to use underhanded methods against him. This old fellow, Chu Feng, was inwardly vigilant and on guard. However, in the end, the old monkey didn't act rashly. It waved its hand and sent Chu Feng out of the tent. Chu Feng didn't want to be alone with it anymore. This old scoundrel wasn't easy to deal with. At the same time, he made up his mind to run away after obtaining the fortunes. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. One could imagine that even the old monkey was pondering and wanted to use underhanded methods against him. It was likely that the others were also having crooked thoughts. Indeed, he had a lot of secrets on him. The time had come. The secret realms of the 3 battlefields had opened. After some discussion, the elite disciples from all sides would head over. That was because Chu Feng had special rights to be the first to enter certain secret realms. That was why he was walking at the very front. Chu Feng, is it really you? There can't be a mistake, right? Long time no see. In the distance, Lady, she saw his back from afar. Today, she had rushed over to meet Chu Feng. At this moment, there were traces of joy on her face. Although she knew and understood his identity, she was still a bit worried. She was afraid that there would be an accident and that it wasn't him. Now, the mystery was about to be revealed. Is it you? Brother-in-law, no. Chu Feng, I want to meet you. I want to have a good chat with you. In the distance, a silver-haired girl was also talking to herself with soul light. She was precisely the silver-haired Lolita from back then, Ing Xiao Xiao. Her brother Ing Wudi sensed something and his face immediately darkened. Beside them was Ing Zhixian. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.